Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, a show in which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. It is Saturday, January 17th, 2026. Today I have in the title, Taxes Shouldn't Exist. Collectivism is evil. My life belongs to me, and your life belongs to you. And that is not apropos of anything in particular that happened recently. It was just a title I thought of, which I thought sounded interesting and maybe would generate some interest out there for people for whom this show shows up in their feed. So maybe some people will come by who want to talk about that. Maybe some people who are intrigued, who think taxes should exist, which is the vast majority of people. And we can discuss that, we can debate that, and I'm happy to do that. But we are certainly not restricted to that topic. This is a show on which you who are here live, and I see there are some of you already in the chat. Thanks for being here. You who are here live can shape the topics that I discuss. So if there's something you want to talk about or that you'd like me to talk about, just let me know in the chat. Or you can also call in. I have a Zoom link pinned in the chat, as well as a phone number you can dial at any time. So I want to say hello to the people who have come by in the chat already. First person was Kutababa, who actually came by before the show started. So originally I was going to start the show at 1:15 p.m. Pacific, but turned out I needed a nap, which lasted longer than that. So I woke up about 10 minutes after the scheduled start time. But I had put a note in the chat before that, knowing that I might not wake up in time for the originally scheduled time. I said sometimes the actual start time of the show differs from the listed start time because I have to make a late adjustment. And the reason for that sometimes is that I have to take a nap. And I don't know, I can't predict exactly when I'm going to wake up. I could set an alarm clock, but that somewhat defeats the purpose of a nap. I want to wake up as rested as possible so that I can do as good a show as possible. So if I interrupt my sleep in order to wake up, then I don't wake up as rested, and it's harder to do as good of a show or to last as long. Maybe I can last longer the more REM cycles or whatever that I get while I'm sleeping. So I try to strike a balance between giving you some predictability by announcing a show time in advance and being optimally prepared for it once I come on. And I try to at least ballpark it, but just realize that it is a ballpark number often, and I, I sometimes have to make an adjustment. So, um, but thanks anyways for coming by or coming by again. I see Florida Nick is also here. Hello. He says, LOL, Kutababa beat me here. So apparently, I guess Kutababa was over at your own Brooks show, which ended a little bit after mine was scheduled to go live. So Kutababa speculated that maybe I was delaying the start of my show because I was waiting for your on Brooks show to end. He's another objectivist podcaster who promotes Ayn Rand's ideas, for anyone who doesn't know. So Kutababa thought maybe Dan hasn't started yet because he's waiting for your on show to end. But no, actually, the reason was just that I was sleeping and I hadn't woken up yet. I didn't even know your on was going to do a show today until Kutababa mentioned it in a chat, and then I looked it up and saw he was going. Um, And then, but I guess at that time I decided, okay, well, let me just give myself another half hour to fully wake up and get ready. And so I set it for 2 p.m. Pacific. All right, I see we just got a super chat from from Objective Ethics. Thank you. Welcome to the show again. You've been here many times. And he says, I am looking forward to having you as the featured guest on my channel next week, Dan. Yes, let me share this on the screen. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well. I want to share this chat on the screen. Okay, there it is. Although, oh yeah, I got to scroll down to see it. Yeah, let me give that a heart and give that a like as well. And I'll even do a reply to it. I have a limited amount of time to reply. I think it's you can reply to super chats. Thanks. I'm looking forward to it. For a limited amount of time, you can do a reply to super chats and have it show up with this special tag here. I don't know if it's like 5 minutes or 2 minutes or 10 minutes. Maybe it depends on the time. Actually, the length of time that these super chats um, appear up here on the top is is dependent on the amount of the super chat. So the longer it the higher the dollar amount, the longer it stays up here at the top. And I don't know if that's also true for the amount of time you have to reply to it. Like if I try to reply to this 20 minutes from now, it probably won't let me. It'll say the time to reply has expired. But if you reply to it soon enough, and I don't know what the time frame is, and it might vary with the dollar amount. If you reply to it sooner enough, then you can get this tag next to it. So yeah, actually, let me put a link here to Objective Ethics' channel. I guess it's already there, but maybe I'll also go to his channel here, and I think that'll show up. Oh, that's sorry, that's my channel. Did I click on? I thought if I hit go to channel, there we go. So there is Objective Ethics' channel. So he first showed up in my chats, I don't know, a couple weeks ago or so, 2 or 3 weeks, something like that, maybe. And he called into my show once, and we had a good chat. And he eventually he invited me to be a guest on his show. He does live shows here, and I've participated in his live shows, not as like the main guest, but just someone who has been in his chat and who also has um, jumped onto his StreamYard to be on screen. He uses StreamYard instead of Zoom. So he has a lot of videos about religion, and uh, he himself has said he's an agnostic. So there's a lot of discussions here about religion. See, this one is talking with someone about theology, and here's another one, failed prophecies series. And he said he was interested in talking with me about ethics. So we're going to have a discussion about ethics on January 25th. So that is a week from tomorrow, Sunday, January 25th. Let me copy this link to his channel. And maybe we'll also get into politics. We'll see. It's his show, so he can decide what he wants, but I'm happy to talk about both of those. And now I've got a link. Okay. So I think that'll take you to his channel if you want to check out his channel. See, his subscribers have been growing. I think when I first saw it, it was down around 100, like 104 subscribers, and now he's up to 131. So that's cool. Congrats on your growth. And I've been getting some subscribers too recently. It's been good to see. I'm up to 990 now. Just 10 spots left until I hit 1,000. So if you want to be one of my first 1,000 subscribers, now is a good time. And I still have my offer out for my first 1,000 subscribers. If you are one of those and you are publicly subscribed, so that I can verify you're a subscriber, then I will give you a free super chat. So I will treat your chat as if it were a super chat and give it priority, give it more time and attention than I otherwise would if it were just a regular chat. So there's a little incentive or a little thank you for those of you who sign up to be one of my first 1,000 subscribers and are publicly subscribed. There's a setting in YouTube you can toggle to make your subscriptions either private or public. So just set that to public, at least temporarily, so that I can verify you're subscribed. Um, all right, so um, what do you all want to chat about today? I usually have a list of notes that I can speak from for a while in case there aren't any chats. Um, but I want to give priority to topics you all want to talk about. So comments, questions are definitely welcome. You can also just say hello in the chat. I like that too. Uh, but thanks again to Objective Ethics for sending the first super chat. And I want to encourage that as well. I do want to make money from these streams and more generally from my channel. So I've got a Patreon account, which is linked in the description. I also have a PayPal account, which is linked in the description. So those are some ways you can contribute. And you could also now do super chats because I recently got my channel monetized, and that enabled me to turn on the super chat feature. You can also do super stickers. If you don't want to make a comment or a question, you can just send money through what's called a sticker. Maybe I should go back to the screen sharing. There's a little dollar sign down there by the chat box. So I definitely appreciate the support when I make this a self-sustaining, financially self-sustaining venture. And getting super chats is part of that. And that also encourages me to do more shows. I guess the more money I'm getting, the longer I will go. So that's a way you can keep me going. Florida Nick just came in with a sticker. Nice. Thank you, Florida Nick. I appreciate that. And Florida Nick has done multiple stickers now. Actually, let me pop this chat out before I share it. So it shows up as its own window. There we go. Share. All right. So we got a contribution from Objective Ethics and from Florida Nick. Thank you. They're doing the value for value action. So I'm trying to provide value by doing this show, and they're providing value in return with super chats. There's different ways you can provide value. Another way you can provide value, aside from monetary value, is just by liking the stream. So if you like the stream, you can help promote it in the algorithm by giving it a like. Got a good number of likes on the last stream relative to the number of views. I was pleased by that. It's a good like to view ratio. Okay, so anyone want to raise a topic, a topic for discussion? There's all kinds of topics we could talk about. I've listed on my background some many concepts from the objectivist philosophy. So maybe that will stimulate some thoughts in you all out there. Free will, atheism, objectivity, logic, virtues like independence, justice, honesty, pride. Pride is a virtue in the objectivist philosophy. It's not a sin as it is for Catholicism. isn't that one of the seven deadly sins? Pride, the sin of pride. For objectivism, it's actually a virtue. So that's a controversial viewpoint. We could talk about that. Reason, egoism, capitalism, all kinds of things. So, what do you want to talk about? I rely on you to help me come up with discussion topics because yeah, I'm more motivated if I know it's something that you all want to talk about. So, I definitely encourage you to jump in to the chat and let me know what you're interested in. Otherwise, maybe I'll go to my list of notes, see if I have anything I wanted to say. It's really just a backup, though, in case no one's coming in with new chats. But thanks again, Nick, for that super sticker. Okay, let me go to, I'm going to open up my notes. Let's see. Oh, that's a different file, but I want to have ready access to that as well. Okay, here's the one I want. Oh yeah, maybe I could mention this. I saw a video, an interview Alex Epstein did of someone else, Ethan Thornton, who is a CEO, a young CEO. He's only, I think, 22 years old, of a tech company, a defense tech company. I think they make things like drones, military warfare equipments. And I thought it was quite interesting, this interview. It taught me about the state of current warfare, and how unmanned it is. So instead of needing to put a human being in a cockpit of a fighter jet, you can just send up an unmanned drone and I guess bomb the. I don't know if what kind of weapon the drone uses to make its attack, but maybe there are different things it can use. I watched a few videos with this guy Ethan Thornton, but I'll just share this one from this interview he did with Alex. Here, let me copy this link and I'll share this on my screen. Oh, someone else just came in with the chat. I'll get to that in a second. Dominus Vobiscum Saraswati 707. What does that say? Believe it or not, some ideals are inevitable, regardless of whether or not criminal. Selfish elites want them. Rule of law plus rule by consensus. World peace plus end of poverty. Will not come easy adults' responsibility. All right, I'm not sure what all that means. Do you want to elaborate on what you're trying to say there? It looks like there's a lot of different things packed in there. Maybe I'll say more on that, but go ahead and say more about what you're talking about so I understand where you're coming from. Okay, here is the video I was just talking about. Alex Epstein's interview with Ethan Thornton, and they're in a factory. This is the factory where they're building the military technology. So this video is titled "How to Quickly Deter China from Invading Taiwan." So Taiwan, if you didn't know, is a major manufacturer of advanced chips with semiconductors on them. And the United States relies on Taiwan for a lot of the chips it uses. So there's a worry that China might invade Taiwan, and if it does, and if it, as a result, takes over the chips industry or somehow makes it harder for the United States to get access to advanced chips, then that could be a real problem for the United States. That, I mean, maybe China would have real leverage over us and be able to do serious harm to us, or at least stop us from growing as much if it stops the chips from flowing. And apparently, China has said, Xi, that they're going to be ready to take some military action or military exercises. I don't know if what exactly, how to exactly describe it, but by 2027, I think that was the date that was mentioned in this video as to when China would be ready to do something. I thought he said that they've already done some kind of military exercises around Taiwan. So I don't know if by 2027 China is going to be ready to do an actual attack. But anyway, it sounds like um, that's at least possible. And to be ready for that possibility, we need to really ramp up our military capabilities and technology. So that's at least this is the claim that was made in this video. So this guy, Ethan Thornton, he dropped out of MIT. Alex described him as one of those prodigies, something like that was a phrase he used in the video. And he raised like $85 million in venture capital in order to start this company. And the idea is to be able to really ramp up America's defense capabilities in order to be able to counter a Chinese threat to Taiwan. So, if that sounds interesting to you, there's a video you can check out. Let me come back to the chat, see if there's anything new there. Maybe I should close some of these windows while I'm at it. Got a lot of windows open, which are, or at least minimize them. Okay, here's a new chat from Florida Nick. He says, Iran had a particularly powerful segment on pride being a sin several shows ago. Did you watch it? What do you think about pride being a sin? Also, I liked the Alex video, very interesting. Okay, so you've already seen it? Uh, Hi, Jason. Jason just came in. Says good afternoon. So the Iran Brook video, I did not, I don't think I saw that one. I can't remember a recent segment he did on pride being a sin, or can I? Was it just a question he was addressing from someone, or was it one of the main topics that he had in the title of his show? But I'm not sure if I heard that. Um, But I see Michael has just come into the chat and he says, I think pride is a sin. Yes. All right. Well, maybe we should talk about that then, since we've got a couple chats on it now and differences of viewpoint. So Nick had asked, what do I think about pride being a sin? And and then he says, yes, I think it was just a question, not the main topic. Okay. All right. So yeah, let's talk about pride some. First, we need to know what pride means. Let me let me share my screen again, my chat window. Okay. So what does pride mean? Well, I could look it up in a dictionary now, or I could just tell you off the top of my head how I understand it, or how Ayn Rand understands it, since she's my my guide here, the philosophical influence, the most um, influential person on my thoughts about this. And now she has novel understandings of some terms or concepts that have already been in the lexicon in people's vocabulary, like selfishness. And she might have a different understanding than the conventional sort of understanding. So her understanding of pride is moral ambitiousness. Actually, I maybe I should share the definition she gives in the Ayn Rand lexicon. I think that would be a good source to quote here, and we can use that as a basis for discussion. Michael says it inflates the ego. What does that mean? It inflates the ego, makes the ego bigger. Is that a bad thing? If your ego is yourself a bad thing so that you don't want it inflated? You want to deflate your ego? Is that the implication? Why would you want to do that? Do something that's anti yourself. Why not inflate it? Why not make it big, strong, as big and strong as you can? Why make yourself small and weak? So but what does it actually mean to be strong or weak when it comes to the soul or the self? Florida Nick says, so Michael, people who have pride in their work is bad. So I've got pride here on my background. It's one of the virtues. So before I share Ayn Rand's definition, I'll just mention there are various virtues here. So in the objectivist morality or the objectivist ethics, Ayn Rand's identifies seven cardinal virtues. The first one, the main virtue, is rationality. And I don't have that listed here, but I do have reason, the faculty of reason. So using your reason, your rational faculty, is the virtue of rationality. And there's a lot more I could say about that. But um, for one thing, it means rejecting faith, believing things without evidence, things that don't make sense to your reason, things that are contradictory, for instance, things that for which there is no evidence. That should all be rejected if you're exercising the virtue of rationality. But there are many aspects of rationality. So you can break down rationality into what you might call sub virtues that focus on a certain kind of behavior. And just to rattle them off here, those sub virtues are independence, integrity, honesty, justice, productiveness, and pride. And what any of those means could be a long discussion. But since pride is the one that has come up so far in the chat, let's focus on that one for right now. So these are the main virtues according to Ayn Rand's philosophy. Maybe there are some others as well, but these are at least the ones that she identifies. So let's talk about pride right now. And let me pull up the Ayn Rand lexicon, which is a great resource to learn about Ayn Rand's ideas. Here it is. Okay. Actually, I'll drop this link in the chat. The Ayn Rand's lexicon. Okay. So that's the source I'm going to read from. Where'd my link go? Oh, okay. All right, I got another screen I need to close because I have too many windows open. Okay. All right, now it's shared. So the lexicon has all these topics organized alphabetically and what Ayn Rand has to say about each of them. So if we go down to, if we click on P here, it'll take us to everything she has to say about pride, or at least the main passages from her works. Here, so we click on pride, and then it collects together all these passages from various of her books where she discusses the issue of pride. So it looks like there's two main passages. One from Atlas Shrugged, which is there's a speech from Atlas Shrugged by one of the characters, which is reprinted in this book for the New Intellectual. That's why it appears here. But originally, this passage is from Atlas Shrugged, and then Galt's speech in Atlas Shrugged, uh, and then there's another little plot spoiler there. And then there's another passage in her nonfiction book, The Virtue of Selfishness. So maybe I'll read. I don't know if I'm going to read the full passage, but let me at least read a little bit of this, um, at least a few lines, and then I'll decide where to stop as I'm reading it, if I do want to stop it before the end. Okay, so she says, "Pride is the recognition of the fact that you are your own highest value, and like all of man's values, it has to be earned. That of any achievements open to you. The one that makes all others possible is the creation of your own character." So that's another recognition. It's the recognition. Pride is the recognition of the fact that such and such. Also, it's the recognition of the fact that this other thing, that this other thing, that this other thing, that. So this is a very, you can say all the that's here after these M dashes are the ties for the each each section of this. So there's a lot that goes into it, and then we get the final that, I guess, and that. So there's a lot of components that go into pride, just like there's a lot of components that go into the virtue of rationality. Pride is itself an aspect of rationality, I was saying. And then pride itself has sub aspects, and they're broken down here. And all these clauses, it's a lengthy description of what pride consists in. So I'll just repeat the first one, and then I think I'll go down to the next passage because I don't want to read a very long passage here. So just to repeat the first characteristic of pride, she says, "Pride is the recognition of the fact that you are your own highest value, and like all of man's values, it has to be earned." So that's very related to egoism. Egoism says you try to pursue your own well-being, not the well-being of others. That would be altruism. But if you are your own highest value and there is no value above you, like other people, which there is that is a higher value if you're an altruist, or if you're a collectivist. There's a tie into the title I have today. I mentioned collectivism in the title. According to collectivism, the individual is not the highest value. That would be individualism. But if you're a collectivist, then the collective is the highest value. So that could mean the nation or the state, the group, the tribe, but not you. You are a means to the end of the collective, something beyond, bigger and better than yourself, allegedly. But Ayn Rand says no, you are the highest value. You are an end in yourself. And if you join a collective, it should only be because it somehow serves you. So if it's in your interest to be part of a group, then it could make sense to join it because it serves your ends. Like if you're a Jew living in Nazi Germany, then that's not a good collective for you. You should leave that collective and find a different collective, or maybe just live on your own if you need to, but that's not going to be good for your well-being. But if you find a free society you can join, a freer society that does serve your well-being, then that might be a collective or a group worth joining. But then the reason to join it is not because you owe some allegiance to the collective as an end in itself, but because it serves your interests. So Rand's philosophy is integrated around different concepts. So pride and egoism are two very related concepts. But let me go down to the next entry on pride here, and maybe I'll read a little more. This one's a bit shorter, but also let me come back to the chat and see if there's any new chats. Oh yeah, it looks like they're. Oh, somebody just took my name. Someone came into the chat named by the name of Dan Norton hyphen N7T. So it looks like somebody might be trying to impersonate me. That's a new one. I gotta take a look at that person's channel. Hey, look at that. The person just joined today. Okay, so this is probably a troll. I have an idea of who it might be. Um, so maybe I should block this person because often a troll will, once I block one of their accounts, they just create a new account and then they come back under the new account, and it looks like that's probably what this person did. Um, Let me just screenshot it for my records, and I'll share on screen the account. See that there it is. See, I went to the channel and you click on this part that says more and it shows you when the account was created. And it says it was created today, the day of this stream. So, what are the chances of that? Someone who has my name and who created their account on the same day that I happen to be streaming right now, and they just happened to find my channel when I was streaming. So, this is and they're apparently they're trying to impersonate me. So, um, I can block this person. I could also report the person to YouTube and say, um, maybe that's a good way to deal with trolls who keep coming back under different accounts. Maybe I don't know if YouTube can like track the ID, what's it called? Or the IP, I mean, the IP address. Because if all the sock puppet accounts are tied to one IP address, then maybe YouTube can just block that IP address. Um, maybe that's a way of dealing with it. Um, so I could do a report here. I could just say hide from my channel, and then that would just block them from my channel. But then I could also do report user. Oh, maybe I could do both, but let's see if I hit report user. Oh, there's actually an option for impersonation. Let's see what else is there. Harassment and cyberbullying, privacy, impersonation, violent threats, child endangerments, hate speech against a protected group, spam and scams. None of these are my issues. Are my issue. There might be multiple ones I could choose, but impersonation is one possibility. I wonder if it gives me a an option to add notes to this, like if I want to say something about the IP address. I wonder if they give me a place to enter any notes. Um, I wonder what happens if I hit none of these are my issue and then hit next. What's it going to do? Oh, it takes me over to a policies page. All right. Okay, I don't think that's what I want. Let's see, that came from. Okay, so maybe I'll just do impersonation. Oh, then it gives me sub options. This channel is impersonating me. This channel is impersonating someone else. Okay, I guess I'll choose impersonating me. I was just looking at something else for a second. Okay, impersonating me, and then I'm going to hit next. Oh, additional notes. Okay, so here I'm going to say, oh, why isn't it? I think this account might be from someone who has made mini sock puppet accounts and who keeps coming back to my channel. Or maybe I can say that more briefly. I think this account might be from someone who keeps coming back to my channel with different sock puppet accounts since I block each one. And then I can ask YouTube, can you see if there is a common IP address? It seems like YouTube should be able to identify IP addresses because um, I think that's one way it can filter out like fake watch time, for instance. Like if someone tries to get inflate their amount of watch time on their channel by watching it, like having three windows open on their computer and like playing their own videos, um, all on their own computer. So there's like three times as much watch time from as there ought to be. So, and I think I read somewhere that YouTube can identify if all the hits are coming from one source, one IP address, and if so, then that will tell its algorithm, oh, these are probably fake views, and then it doesn't count that towards the watch time. So I think the way YouTube does its analytics, it's probably able to identify IP addresses. So yeah, maybe they can look into this. Can you see if there's a common IP address that links this account with other accounts? Maybe that will. Oh, then I can say, and then maybe that IP address can be blocked from YouTube. I'm just rereading it. I think this account might be from someone who keeps coming back to my channel with different sock puppet accounts. Since I block each one, can you see if there is a common IP address that links this account with other accounts, and then maybe that IP address can be blocked from YouTube? Okay, I guess I'll go with that. I'll just say thanks, share. Okay, submit. Thanks, we've received your report. If we find this content to be in violation of our community guidelines, we will remove it. Okay. All right. So I didn't block that person from my chat yet. I just submitted a report, but now I think I'm going to block him. So let me share my chat window again. That's the first time I've submitted a report to YouTube during a live stream. I've often blocked people during the live streams, but usually I just block and I don't submit a report. Um, but hopefully that report will do some good. Okay, I'm going to share my chat window again. All right, so now I'm actually going to block them. Hide user on this channel. Okay, he's gone. Why does the message still show? Do I need to refresh? Maybe I have to refresh the page. But usually in the past, it would automatically, I didn't need to refresh. I'm just comparing how it looks on my iPhone. see. Oh yeah, it's it's still there. That's weird. I wonder why it didn't. Let me try it again. Hide user on this channel. It's not working. All right, well, let me try it from my phone. Hide user. Okay, well, maybe I just need to refresh. But before that, I do that, I'm gonna copy all these messages. I like to have a record of all the messages and then paste it in a comment under the video after the stream ends. So I'm just gonna paste them into another document. Because if I refresh this, sometimes I lose comments and I can't copy and paste them anymore. It only because when you refresh it, sometimes it doesn't refresh the entire chat log. It only allows you to scroll back to a certain point. Okay, so I've got them all copied now. And now I'm going to refresh and see if this chat here from 236 disappears. No, it's still there. That is strange. This is the first time that's ever happened. First time hiding a user has not worked. There's some kind of glitch here. Okay, well, maybe I'll just have to delete it manually. I wonder if I go to his channel and let's see. Does he show up as being hidden? Oh, maybe he. Oh, it looks like it looks like he might have deleted his account on his own. Maybe that's what happened. I think he might have. Maybe he got scared and deleted his account because I was talking about how maybe YouTube is gonna look for his. I asked YouTube if they could identify his IP address and link it to all his other accounts. So, okay, see, I'll show you. I'm gonna share it on the screen. Um, Let me open that up again. Okay, so this is the screen I showed before. But now when I click on the more, it's just an empty box. There's nothing there. And it says this channel doesn't have any content. Maybe that was there before. I don't remember. I guess I could go back in the I could rewind the stream and see what it looks like. Um, Actually, yeah, let me see if that's the same or if that looks different. Um, so here is okay, yeah, that it was originally like that. It said this channel doesn't have any content. But when I clicked on more, you were able to see his the date that his account was created. But now when I click on more, Where is it? Oh, that's my channel. That's the real Dan Norton. Where's the fake Dan Norton? Is it this one? Yeah. Now when I click on more, there's just an empty box and it doesn't say January 17th, 2026. So it looks like this person might have deleted his account, deleted this fake account, maybe so that YouTube could not track him down. But maybe YouTube keeps some kind of record in their system. Like even if someone deletes accounts, they still have a record that someone created an account and can see the IP address that we used to create the account. And then maybe they can use the linkage there to the IP address to identify other accounts that are created from that IP address. And then maybe ban this person from YouTube for breaking community guidelines. So maybe the reason I can't delete the message, I can't hide the user from my chat is because the user doesn't exist any longer. I would guess that's what's going on here. Interesting. So that's a first. This is kind of interesting to me just to like learn all these technical details about YouTube and how accounts work and how trolls, what trolls do and how they try to get around blocks. So don't worry, we'll get back to some more philosophy, but um, I'm kind of taking my time here with this. I like to manage my channel and keep it a good, clean place. Um, but we'll get back to some more philosophy. So I guess the only thing left for me to do now is, yeah, so now I think I'm just going to have to manually delete that chat since it's no longer linked to an account. I can't say hide the account on my channel. But I bet if I click on these three dots and then just hit remove message, then it's going to go. No? That, that even that doesn't work? Wow. So it's like stuck there. Well, let me try to refresh, see what happens. Yeah, I guess it's stuck there. So there's no way to get rid of it that I can think of. Yeah, all right. Well, at least the account is gone. Oh, wow. So now, okay, so I'll show you what happens. Um, so now it's even more gone than it was before. Okay, so we can see the channels, the stages of non-existence. Um, so where's my, okay. Oh, I can share both of these windows. That's what I should do. I should share both of these windows at the same time so I don't have to keep toggling between them. Okay, share these two windows. All right. So now when I click on, before when I clicked go to channel, it actually took me to this page. But now when I click go to channel, look what happens. It takes me to this, which says this channel does not exist. So this person deleted his channel. So maybe if I refresh this page, it's going to take me to this page. I think I'll try that after I screenshot it. Yep, this channel does not exist. So we just saw in real time someone delete his account That is the first. That is a first for my channel. So maybe what I said about the IP address had some effectiveness because um, if this is the person I think it might be, he's been through like maybe more than 10 different accounts, but he's never actually deleted an account. So um, maybe he got scared uh, that he was going to be kicked off YouTube and he's trying to cover his tracks now. But I would bet YouTube still has a record of it. Okay, well that's very interesting. But I guess his chat is his message in the chat is still in my chat, and maybe there's no way to get rid of it. I wonder if it'll show up in the live chat replay afterwards. Anyways, doesn't matter too much. Why is this? Let me move something here. Okay. All right, so let me come back to the chat. Florida Nick says Dan just deleted someone out of existence. All right. Or maybe I pressured him to delete himself out of existence. Okay, so I was in the middle of talking about pride when all that happens. Um, so let me come back to try to get back to where I was. Um, actually, let me check in with my analytics. I think I can do that on this page. Where's a good page to do that? Actually, this one. Uh, yeah, this is my YouTube studio. Okay, so shows me how many people came by. There it is, a little larger. And then this gives me a minute by minute breakdown. I like to keep an eye on that. Okay. Chat. Oh, one other thing. Thanks everyone for being here, by the way. Thanks for any likes on the stream. So Michael says he thinks pride is a sin. I was reading a passage from Ayn Rand on the lexicon. Yeah, let me go back to that. So, what does Ayn Rand have to say about pride? This is a passage from her book, The Virtue of Selfishness. The first article in that book is called The Objectivist Ethics. And she writes, quote, "The virtue of pride can best be described by the term moral ambitiousness. It means that one must earn the right to hold oneself as one's own highest value by achieving one's own moral perfection, which one achieves by never accepting any code of irrational virtues impossible to practice, and by never failing to practice the virtues one knows to be rational, by never accepting an unearned guilt and never earning any, or if one has earned it, never leaving it uncorrected, by never resigning oneself passively to any flaws in one's character, by never placing any concern, wish, fear, or mood of the moments above the reality of one's own self-esteem. And above all, it means one's rejection of the role of a sacrificial animal, the rejection of any doctrine that preaches self-immolation as a moral virtue or duty. Unquote. Okay, so that fleshes out more how Ayn Rand is understanding pride. So I'm curious what Michael thinks about that because you might have, Michael said earlier, where was that? He thinks pride is a sin. Here. So that might depend on a certain understanding of pride, which is different than the one I just read. So, given what I just read, if that's what pride is, if it's what Ayn Rand says, then what do you think about that? Do you think that's a sin? Is that a bad thing or is that a good thing? I don't know if Michael is still here, but if he is still here, I'd be interested to hear what he thinks about that. He says, I suppose pride can vary. Maybe he's replying to some other comments here. Okay, so yeah, let me read through some of these other comments. Jason says, I have pity for anyone who has something to be proud of and believes himself a sinner. And we're supposed to be, according to Christianity, we're born with sin. We're we're born in sin. We're stained with sin from the womb because we inherit it from the sin of ultimately from Adam, right? There was the sin in the Garden of Eden, and that sin gets transmitted to his offspring. That's a corrupt view, original sin. So on Ayn Rand's view, you are responsible for your own actions, not for somebody else's, not for the actions of your ancestor. Which is not to say what Adam did is a sin, like eating from the tree of knowledge. Like, why would that be a bad thing? Maybe that means Christianity is corrupt, not that he is. Shouldn't it be good to pursue knowledge? I guess it was Eve who first ate from the tree of knowledge, and then she asked Adam to do that as well. I think she might have been first, but in either case, if their sin was pursuing knowledge, what does that say about Christianity, who that damns the pursuit of knowledge? Knowledge is our means of survival, our means of living on earth successfully. So to damn the pursuit of knowledge is to damn life. It's to damn survival. It's an anti-life, pro-death viewpoints. Ayn Rand called the morality of altruism a morality of death. And that's what it is if you're destroying yourself, if you're acting against your means of survival, which is your rational faculty, which pursues knowledge, right? Knowledge of the world in order to harness the world to one's own purposes so that one can live. If you're anti-knowledge, you're anti-life. And I think Christianity is that when it promotes faith over reason. So it has morality backwards, upside down. It's a morality of death, not a morality of life. At, le at least in many of its aspects. Maybe it's contradictory and it's a mixture. Maybe there's some good elements mixed in, but it's got a lot of corruption. Florida Nick asks Michael, so So, Michael, people who have pride in their work is bad, and then maybe Michael is changing his mind a little bit here because he says, I suppose pride can vary. Objective ethics also said it really depends on how we define pride. If we liken pride to arrogance, then that would be unvirtuous. But calling something a sin presupposes a God hypothesis. So the idea is that, well, sin does have a religious connotation to it. If you're secular, you might say something is wrong, but you're more likely to use the term sinful if you're speaking in a religious context. But maybe you could adapt that to a secular context and say that if just sin is a synonym for wrongdoing. But it definitely does depend on how we define pride as to whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. But it also depends on what is our standard of judging good and bad. So if you agree, you might agree with Ayn Rand's definition of pride and say, yeah, it is moral ambitiousness, and that's bad. Or you might say, yes, it is moral ambitiousness, and that's good. So even if you agree on what it is, your evaluation of that thing could differ if you have differing standards of value. Like if your standard of value is not life on Earth or survival on Earth, but it instead is sacrifice, self-sacrifice. If self-sacrifice is your standard of value, like if that's the highest virtue, as it is in Christianity, or at least one of the main virtues, then by that standard, pride would be a bad thing. If you, but if you liken it to arrogance, then that would be unvirtuous. What is arrogance? There's another term. What is the definition of arrogance? Let me look up that and see what it says. The quality of being arrogant. Okay. So I got to look up arrogant now. Um, well, here are some synonyms. Actually, pride is given as one of the synonyms, as well as egotism with a T. Big-headedness. Antonyms are humility and modesty. So if pride is a synonym, and I've been saying, or Ayn Rand is saying that pride is a good thing, well, then arrogance would be a good thing. So um, all these concepts, um, there's a lot of concepts in the neighborhood here, and maybe some are good and some are not good. So if it means pride, then I would say arrogance is good, at least if we're understanding pride as Ayn Rand does. But if it means big-headedness, well, what does that mean? Does that mean you have an inflated view of yourself, like you're not really as good as you think you are, so you have a wrong view? Well, that would be a bad thing. I think you should have a correct view of yourself, right? Neither thinking you're better than you are or worse than you are. So if big-headedness means thinking you're better than you are, then I think arrogance would be a bad thing. So it just depends what we mean by arrogance. And maybe we're going in circles a bit because I don't know if arrogance is given as a synonym of pride. Actually, I'm curious. If I looked up pride, would it give arrogance as a synonym? Let's look up pride. Thesaurus. Arrogance, yeah, the first synonym. So that doesn't really help us if they're both on the same level. Like if pride is understood in terms of arrogance and arrogance is understood in terms of pride, then we've just gone in a circle. So um, we can't use those terms to define each other. But anyway, maybe we can talk more about the definition of pride and arrogance. But I want to look at some more of these chats. Do we have any? Florida Nick says he's made it to Genesis 26. Yeah, Florida Nick has been reading the Bible. Last time he gave an update, he was up to Genesis 13, chapter 13. So you're quite a ways into it now. You're about halfway through it because there are 50 chapters in the book of Genesis. Um, so you say, I never knew that Abraham was also going to burn his son and had his son carry the wood to the mountaintop. That's when he was going to sacrifice his son Isaac, right? He has his son. I don't remember that detail. And I don't remember the burning part either. I think he was going up to the mountain with his son, but his son didn't know why, I think. And I guess he asked his son to carry wood, the wood that what he was going to use to burn him after he died, or oh, and then he a ram was replaced his son. Yeah, so at the last second, after Abraham demonstrated his willingness to kill his son Isaac, God says, "Wait, hold on, sacrifice a ram instead." So I think this passage is sometimes used by Yaron Brook and other people, I'm sure. But I've mostly heard Yaron Brook mention this as a passage showing the corruption of biblical morality, where you're just Abraham is presented as this good guy. He's doing good by obeying God, by sacrificing his son, even though he doesn't understand why he's being asked to do this. He's just blindly following orders, and that's bad to do. That's a way of not being rational, not following your reason, abandoning your reason. Now, someone might argue that I'm just thinking of a devil's advocate here, where the supporter of biblical morality is the devil. Um, but without trying to prejudge it with language like devil, I can just say a counter argument one might make is, oh, well, God's goodness and omnipotence has been demonstrated to Abraham in the past, and he's seen miracles that God has worked. Whether it's, I don't know if the flood, I don't know if Abraham was around at the time of the flood. Maybe that was before him, but maybe he at least heard about it. Or maybe there were some other miracles he saw God work. I don't know, plague of locusts, turning a woman into a pillar of salt. I don't know what miracles there might have been, but maybe he's seen some evidence of God's power and God's caring for the people of his tribe, the Israelites. And he thinks, well, I don't understand this, but I've seen in the past that if you don't obey God, bad things happen. So even though I don't understand why he wants me to sacrifice my son Isaac, I'm still going to do it anyways because I know maybe even, or maybe I have good reason to believe that even worse things are going to happen if I disobey God. Um, so that's a kind of argument that a Bible believer might make as to why it's actually good to do what Abraham did. But I guess that depends on thinking it's actually plausible that there were these miracles that God worked. So I guess if you stipulate for the sake of argument that there is this God and he can work all these miracles and destroy the Israelites on a whim, then you might think there's some kind of internal logic there. as to why it makes sense to obey God. But if you don't accept those things, that there is a God or that he can work miracles, then it would not make sense to do this sort of action where you kill your own son. Okay. And I see Objective Ethics just came in with a couple chats. And I know there's some chats I skipped over. I want to get back to the ones I skipped over, but just to keep a little continuity here with this topic, I want to read these from Objective Ethics because I see they're on the topic. Nick says, yes, his son asked, we have the wood, but where is the lamb? So, okay, so his son thought a lamb was going to be sacrificed, and he didn't realize he was the lamb, the sacrificial lamb. Okay, and then Objective Ethics says Isaac was to be an offering to God. Abraham would slay him with a knife, then burn him on an altar. Okay. This tradition is often glossed over by theists, but it is evidence of the first fruits concept. First fruits concepts. Oh, your son is like the fruit. He's your first fruit. So you sacrifice your first son, your firstborn. That's what you mean by first fruits concept. I take it. Um, the Hebrews did in fact engage in child sacrifice. This horrible practice was common in the region, but later polemics attempted to make it look like the Hebrews never engaged in the practice. Okay. So Objective Ethics, he went to seminary school, or at least he was an auditor at in a seminary school for a while. I remember he said that. So he's learned a lot about this, but he refused to sign the statement of faith, which is required if you want to actually get credit for going through seminary school. So um, I commend him for that. I commend you for that, for not signing the statement of faith. I don't know what it says in the statement of faith. Maybe that you have to agree. I think you mentioned this in one of your videos. You have to agree in advance that you're not going to disagree with the teachings that you're about to learn. Like you haven't learned them yet, but you swear in advance you're going to agree to them. I'm not sure, but you can let me know in the chat if you want. So he knows a lot about this stuff. And then he says biblical morality is an oxymoron. I think there might be some good elements in it. Like in past streams, I've talked about the golden rule, and you might think there's something good about that, something fair. Eye for an eye, that's another one, um, which you might think is a sign of justice. Like someone does something to you, and then you do it to them. So there's a kind of balancing between um, uh, a crime and then the punishment for that crime. And that sounds good. So there might be some elements here and there in the Bible that I could get on board with, but certainly there's a lot that's I am not on board with. Let me switch this to live chat again. Make sure I'm not missing any. And I'm going to scroll back to the ones I skipped over. Okay, I was up to this one from Michael. He says, is there a difference between pride and being proud? Well, being proud is a state, you might say, a state of your soul or your character. But maybe pride could be thought of as an action you engage in, like trying to make yourself better. There's different ways these use, like you could use pride as a noun where it's something you have, it's a state of soul that you've achieved. But you could also think of it as an action. Well, maybe that's where being proud would be. Maybe being proud is more of an action. Like if we go back to Ayn Rand's definition, or characterization, let's see what she says. Well, I'll just look at this second passage here. The virtue of pride can best be described by the term moral ambitiousness. It means that one must earn the right to hold oneself as one's own highest value by achieving one's own moral perfection. So if you're doing that, if you're in the act of achieving your own moral perfection, if you are earning the right to hold yourself as your highest value, then maybe that, whatever actions those are prideful actions. They're the actions of being proud, or maybe you'd say pursuing pride. I'm not sure. We're getting into some nuanced territory here. Um, well, there's also this bit about never accepting an unearned guilt and never earning any unearned guilt, or if one has earned it, never leaving it uncorrected. So let's say you've done something wrong. Maybe you lied to someone, or you pretended, maybe you impersonated someone on YouTube, pretending to be someone that you're not in order to get around the block. And maybe you earned some guilt by doing that. Well, what would the prideful person do? Well, maybe they would, how would they not leave it uncorrected? Maybe they would apologize for what they did. Maybe they would somehow try to correct for their error. Maybe send me an email and say, "I'm sorry, I was very rude to you in the past, and I'm sorry I said very rude things, and I swear I won't do it again. And here's um, so they and maybe if they, I don't know if they can give me any evidence that they've changed and that their character has changed. So this isn't the type of thing that they've done. But anyway, a prideful person would be someone who, if they have earned guilt, they will do something to correct it if something can be corrected. Now, if you commit a murder, I think that can't be corrected. I think maybe the appropriate thing to do is just commit suicide at that point. There's some errors that are so heinous that there's nothing you can do short of killing yourself to correct them. When you've taken somebody's life unjustifiably, if you murdered someone, then maybe you need to lose your own life. But other errors that aren't that severe can sometimes be corrected. And if you do correct them, then that shows pride, at least by this understanding, never leaving guilt uncorrected, never resigning oneself passively to any flaws in one's character. So if you engage in these sorts of actions, that would be the actions of a prideful person. And I guess the results of engaging in these prideful actions would be this emotional state of pride of having earned the right to hold oneself as your highest value. Like maybe if you don't go through these corrective kind of actions of making yourself morally perfect and correcting any imperfections that you have, then you haven't earned the right to hold yourself as your highest value. Um, at least you could be earning it better, right? So that action of earning the right to hold yourself is like if you've done these terrible things, but you've made no efforts to correct these errors, then I don't think you've earned the right to regard yourself as your highest value. Um, I'm not sure that's the right way to formulate it. You at least at that point haven't. Um, earn the right to value yourself as highly as you could be valuing yourself if you did correct your errors. So, anyways, I guess the actions involved in the virtue of pride would be actions that involve, maybe among other actions, at least correcting any flaws in your character. And then once you've done that, then maybe you could have pride in the noun sense as like the emotional state that's is used like when people say I'm proud of X, right? I'm proud of myself, right? That could be. I think that often means you have a positive view, a positive feeling, positive attitude toward yourself, but that has to be earned. And that state, that positive attitude, that state of mind towards yourself is a result of prideful actions. Okay. All right, and then we get up to the impersonators chat, which I didn't read and don't think I will read. Nick says probably a troll. Jason says, I'll answer his fool's question anyway. So I don't think it's necessarily a bad question. Where was it? I mean, it might be. It might be like um, the, um, but many people, the vast majority, think taxes should exist, and that without them, there would be all kinds of things we wouldn't have, like police, firefighters, roads. And I think that's all wrong, but I don't think it's necessarily dishonest to ask about that. So what this person says is not the reason I blocked him. It's because I would have been happy to answer this question. Like if I didn't have a history with this person or who I think it is, or if this person wasn't impersonating me and trying to get around a block, um, I would have been happy to have this conversation and debate this person or have a discussion. But because of all the history, or if it's not the person, if this is a fresh troll, because the person is impersonating me and taking my name, and then we saw he deleted his account. So I guess if it was a legit account, then he would have nothing to hide, right? There would be no reason for him to delete his account like that. So I think that his subsequent actions add to my conviction that this is not someone that I wanted to engage with, or not someone who should be engaged with. Um, but yeah, just the question by itself is fine. I would have been happy to engage with it. So, and also, I don't want to give. Sometimes, if you answer the question, that will just increase the appetite for the troll, if it is a troll. So, I might not engage with the question, even if I otherwise would be happy to engage with it if it were just a non-troll. So I don't know if I want to like if someone else asked the same thing, I might engage with it. But well, let me just I'll read what Jason says at least here. He says we would not be able to use the internet without corporations and investment. And the fact that there is a byproduct, say, from a government military project that goes into the public domain is not proof that product would not exist some other way. Okay. I do have some thoughts on that. I could say more about that, but um, maybe I'll look at the other chats now and then come back to that later. Rainbow Wits is here. Hello. Looks like a new person. He asks, is that word in your background image Israel? Why is it included? Yes, it is Israel. I can make it larger. I don't know if you're still here. Is Rainbow Wits in here? No, I don't see any more chats from him. But let me just stop the screen share for a second so I can make it larger. Yeah, I do have Israel on my background here. My finger disappears sometimes. Maybe if I point with this. Yeah, the way the virtual background works, it's not always perfect, so sometimes things disappear that I don't want to. But yeah, I have Israel there. And there are a couple reasons I put it there. One is I wanted to show some support for Israel, as well as the USA, which I also have there, as relatively pro-freedom countries. So I think I want to show some kind of support for countries that have a history of being pro-freedom, at least relatively. And there are certainly many things I disagree with about the way the United States is and Israel. So they're by no means perfect, but the way that Israel is attacked, I think, is really unjust. And it's partly for that reason that I wanted to show some support for it. Like I think it's often smeared, like as engaging in genocide, for instance. Um, and uh, I think that's an unjust smear. And um, in the region it's in, I think it's a relative beacon of freedom. I think there's more rights for people than any of these surrounding countries. Yet Israel is the one that's seems to be getting most attacked on the world stage, um, and I think that shows a kind of moral inversion. Like you, for example, there were all these protests for over the war in Gaza and all the innocents, people being killed. But have we seen those same level of protests over innocent people in Iran, for instance, who are being killed? I don't think so. So where's all the outrage over the Iranian deaths? If it's really loss of innocent, I haven't kept up with all the latest news, but last I heard, there wasn't a comparable amount of protests over innocent deaths in Iran. So it makes you wonder, are the people who are protesting the killings of people in Gaza really concerned about innocent lives? Or is their concern really something else? If they were really concerned about innocent life, then, where's all the outcry over what has gone on in Iran? Why don't we see massive protests all over the world about that? Or is what's really their concern that they want to just attack Israel? Maybe that's more of a concern. So those are some of the reasons that I wanted to show some support for Israel. Also because it's a controversial topic, and I want to invite discussion and debates on my channel. So I thought, well, maybe if people see Israel up there, that'll stimulate some interest, and maybe people want to call in or participate in the chat and discuss Israel or debate Israel, which I'm happy to do as long as it's civil. But it's not like it's Ayn Rand didn't talk much about Israel to my knowledge. Like I don't know that she ever wrote about Israel. The most she ever said about it, to my knowledge, is in an interview with Donahue on the Donahue show. I think she was. asked a question about the situation in the Middle East at the time. It would have been 1979 or 80. She went on the Donahue show twice, and I don't know which of those years she was asked about Israel, but um, she talks about it some there, and I think she characterizes the people in the Middle East who are attacking Israel as savages. I don't know who specifically um, had in mind there, um, but that's the way Israel is sometimes characterized, like a island of civilization in a sea of barbarism. Um, and you might think of some an organization like Hamas as an example of savage behavior, just slaughtering innocent people. So maybe savage is a apt term for some of the people in that region. Um, so I think you might see it as a application of the philosophy of objectivism to support Israel. Like it's if you value freedom, which Ayn Rand does, if you value capitalism, I got that on my background here. Capitalism is a system of freedom properly understood. Then you should support countries that embody those values of freedom, at least relatively speaking. Not perfectly. No country is perfect. Like Israel has a military draft. That's anti-freedom, and that's terrible. So it's by no means perfect. And I think they started out as a socialist country when they were founded back in 1948. I think the major party in power was the Socialist Party. That's definitely bad on my view and Rand's view. But despite those major problems, I think it's still much better than the other countries in the region, and that should be recognized and applauded. Okay, so there's some about Israel. Oh, my chat window just crashed. This happened in a previous show a few shows ago. That kept happening. And I got to refresh the page that the chat was in. Oh, Rainbow Witch came back with another chat. He says it's only relatively free, only if you compare it to its neighbors, that is. Well, I mean, not just its neighbors, but you compare it to other countries like Russia, right? Um, or Iran, which is not a direct neighbor. It doesn't share a border with Iran, or North Korea, right? So, um, I don't know where it stands on the freedom index. I'm not really familiar with that, but I know there's a rankings that's sometimes put out of a list of all the countries in the world and from most free to least free. I don't know where Israel stands in those rankings, but comparable to any European city, says Jason. And there's lots of startups there, I hear. I don't follow Israel very closely, but I've heard it's called like the startup nation because there's lots of entrepreneurship there. I think that's a sign of freedom. If you're in a state of anarchy and there's no rule of law, that's not very hospitable. If you're going to want to start a business and have property rights over whatever profits you earn from your business, maybe they'll just be looted. So the fact that people feel comfortable starting businesses there, I think, is a sign that it's a at least somewhat stable country, and it's a good place to try to innovate, and you can be rewarded, um, earn profits. So, so I think it might be downplaying the value of Israel to say it's only relatively free if you compare it to its neighbors. Um, I mean, no country is perfectly free, including the United States. Um, but I don't know if you had to. Maybe Israel is at least in the top quartile, or I don't know where exactly. Maybe I should look it up in the Freedom Index. And I don't know how reliable that is. As I said, I'm not really, I don't use that much, but I'm curious to see what it says. Um, I just want to share my chat window again in this other window. I go back and forth between two windows. See, the chat has been popped out here. So I want to share this window because I got some other tabs that I like to toggle it to sometimes. Toggle between this window and then this window with the chat. So if I type in here, um, Freedom Index, Human Freedom Index. Oh, it's the Cato Institute publishes that. That's a libertarian think tank, the the Cato Institute. So for 2025, let's see. So these are all the measures it uses to rank. Where's the list? All right, so there's a lot of explanation here on how the index works. Okay, so here's the actual list. Switzerland, they have at the top. Then I'll just read them in order until we get to the US and Israel. Those are the two countries on my background. So, all right, so this is the order from highest score on the Human Freedom Index, from top score to lower scores. Okay, number one, Switzerland, Denmark, New Zealand, Ireland, Luxembourg, Estonia, Finland, Czech Republic, Netherlands, Australia, Iceland, Canada, Sweden, Taiwan, United States. All right, so United States is 15, and that's the last one on this list. It doesn't show more than 15, but maybe if I scroll down further, it'll show, because we didn't get to Israel yet, so I'm curious where they have Israel. Maybe that's further down here. Oh, it doesn't go any further. Um, Israel doesn't appear on this page. Oh, I have to click here. It says page 1 of 11. Let me go to page 2 of 11. Okay. So now starting at spot number 16 and going down, we've got Norway, Germany, Portugal, Japan, United Kingdom, Malta, Austria, Belgium, Latvia, Chile, Lithuania, Cabo Verde, Spain, Costa Rica, Cyprus. Okay. So those last two are tied for number 29. So it looks like they do 15 spots per page here. And we still haven't gotten to Israel. Oh, there's some others that are tied, like Japan and UK are tied at number 19. So maybe there's more than 15 here because some of them are tied. No, that is 15. Okay. All right. Let's go to page 3. Still don't see Israel. Jeez. Um, all right. I'm not going to read them all. I'm going to keep going until I hit Israel. Oh, there it is. Israel is number 57. Wow. That's a little surprising to me. I would have guessed it were higher. Now, again, I'm not saying I necessarily agree with these rankings or that this is a good way that they do it, but at least you get one organization's take on the Freedom Index. Now, I think libertarians are often pretty bad on foreign policy, and I don't know if any of that is reflected here. But I think Cato is better than other libertarian organizations like the Mises Institute. I've heard some very bad things about. Um, I think they're quite anti-Ayn Rand, uh, whereas the Cato Institute, um, I haven't heard that. But still, their foreign policy might be bad. I mean, maybe they're better on domestic issues. So, anyways, for whatever it's worth, this is the Cato Institute's ranking, and USA was number 15, and Israel is number 57. So it looks like maybe they're about a third of the way down the list. Yeah, Jason says he thought it was top 10. Or you mean Singapore? You're surprised Singapore is 51? You thought Singapore was top 10? Yeah, there's Singapore. Yeah, I thought Singapore was higher as well. Maybe there was some other index on which it is higher. Um, I'm not sure what all the indexes are out there. Or maybe it's just like, I don't know if other think tanks like, what's another one? The American Enterprise Institute. I don't know if they put out indexes, but I think that's another conservative or libertarian think tank. Okay, let's see what else I got in here. Thanks for all your chats, by the way. Okay, I read these. Oh yeah. I think I was up to here. Oh, David Heffron, hello. I hadn't gotten to your chat before, but hi to you. It's been a while since I've seen you here. He says, correct. It's also not proof that it would. I'm not sure what you mean there. Oh, maybe I'm guessing you're talking about this chat from Jason where he says the fact that there is a byproduct, say from a government military project that goes into the public domain is not proof that product would exist. Would is not proof that product would not exist in some other way. And David Heffron is saying correct. It's also not proof that it would exist. Okay, yeah. So there's that whole topic, which maybe we can get into some more. I guess David, I don't know if you're still here. If you're still here, that would motivate me to talk about this more. because I'm more motivated to talk about topics if people are here who are interested in them. So if you let me know you're still here, then I can talk some more about that. And then Jason says the claim is we need some government funded something government fund. I think there might be a typo here. Oh, the claim is we need something government funded for it to exist, like roads. If it weren't government funded, it wouldn't exist. That's the claim. We need it to be government funded for it to exist. And then Jason says, I have no moral problem saying it cannot exist at all. As to the internet, it is a series of protocols, and there is plenty of evidence of industry standards that prove a World Wide Web would likely exist, just as VHS follows a certain format, not a product of government research, product of corporations. Okay. And it looks like there's a couple more from Jason on this topic. He says, so I'll debate a contrarian view. Taxes were needed to get us here. Thank you, taxes, I guess. They are no longer needed. They should be made voluntary, but the term user fee will never pick up. Thus, we can expect some small taxes in capitalism that you could pay on contract to have access to the courts or to an organization that routes airlines, secures the spectrum, etc. Okay, so the issue of government funding, maybe we can talk some about that. Oh, David Heffron is still here. He just popped in. He says, yeah, they're still needed. And then Rainbow Witch says the rankings on the Human Freedom Index aren't as important as the tribalist, religious, and socialist foundations of Israel. Okay, so there's a couple directions we could go here. We could talk some about taxes and whether they're needed for various things, government, internet, etc. Or I could talk some more about Israel and I just see one other chat from Rainbow Witch just came in. That is why seeing the words egoism, atheism, capitalism, and Israel put together confused me. Okay, interesting. Okay, well, there's some good material here for discussion. I just want to decide which direction we should go and how to do this. Because we could also do this through a call. I don't know if any of you are interested in calling in. Rainbow Witz or David, um, I don't think you've called in before. Do either of you have an interest in calling in? I also think I want to take a break soon. I've been going for about 2 hours, and I think I want to take a break. And then after the break, we can get into one or both of these topics, either Israel and um, on the one hand, and then the other topic is like taxes and whether they're needed. So maybe I'll put a poll, I can do a poll right now and see what you all are most interested in talking about. Jason says taxes are not needed at all. We just need to say they are voluntary. Okay, I'm going to start a poll. And we can do both topics, but um, what should we do as the next topic? So I'll say, should our, let's see, this is, yeah, okay. Should our next topic be whether taxes are necessary? So you can answer yes, or you can say no. Let's talk more about Israel. And I also might give more weight to someone who wants to call in. So if you want to call in, then I'll give preference for your topic. That'll also help my voice relax a little bit if I'm not doing all the talking. Also, if you do a super chat, reminder, you can do super chats. If there's a topic you want to talk about and you put money behind it, I'll definitely give that priority. I want to encourage super chats. So yeah, you can shape the show here. You have agency. Super chats are one means by which you can exercise greater agency than you would otherwise be able to exercise. Okay, and I can add two options. So I'll add a another option that says I have no preference. So maybe you're indifferent as to what the next topic is. Okay. Are there any other? I can add one more option. I don't know if there's another option I should add. Maybe you want something else, something that's neither of those topics, neither taxes nor Israel. So maybe you have a preference, but it's just that it's not one of these two. Um, so I'll add that as an option. Some other topic. In other words, neither Israel or neither taxes nor Israel. Oh, I'm running out of characters. Oh, well, I'll just say no, neither taxes nor Israel. And I'll just leave it to implication that that means some third topic. Actually, I'm going to make that the third option. And then I'm going to make I have no preference the final option. Just a little smoother that way, I think. And just I'm going to change this to neither taxes nor Israel. Um, okay. I don't want to tinker too much with it. I'm just going to go with that. Okay. That's now in the chat. So you can now cast your vote for what our next topic is going to be or not be. Got one vote so far. All right. So I'm going to take a break, maybe let's say about 10 minutes, and then we'll continue after the break. So I'm just going to change my name on Zoom here so that actually maybe I'll say you can vote in the I'll say poll in chat. You can, I'll say see poll in chat. Okay, that's now on screen. So anyone who comes by during the break will know what's going on. And let me also put a note in the chat itself. Jason says no preference. He's going to have to run anyway. We're going to watch the Seahawks game and we're going to head out for dinner in about 45 minutes. Okay. Thanks for coming by today, Jason. Enjoy the game and your dinner. Catch you later. All right. So I'm just going to type in the chat on break. You can vote in the poll in chat for what the next topic will be. And I'll say it's now 4:06 p.m. Pacific, so 10 minutes from the time I stop talking will probably be 4:17. So I'll say back about 4:17 p.m. Pacific. Okay, that I just put that message in the chat. And I will be interested to see the results afterwards. Okay. Um, thanks for being here. Thanks for your votes, and I will see you in a bit. I just came back for a second. I forgot to mention something. If your preference is neither taxes nor Israel, you can propose an alternative topic. So if there's some third topic which isn't there, it would be helpful if you mentioned What other topic you want if it's not one of those two? Okay, thanks. All right, let me change my name back to Dan Norton on Zoom. Okay, and let me come back to the chat, see what the poll results are. All right, 7 votes. Actually, let me share this on the screen. Okay. 7 votes, and looks like 3 votes. No, 2, 3, and 2. Yeah, okay. So 2 votes for yes. Our next topic should be whether taxes are necessary. 3 votes for neither taxes nor Israel, and 2 votes for I have no preference. Okay, so most votes were neither taxes nor Israel. So maybe I should go with that one then. But I don't see any alternative topics mentioned in the chat, although I do see a new chat from Nick. He says, "Did you know that Florida Central College has the biggest collection of Frank Lloyd Wright buildings in the world and offers daily tours?" No, I didn't know that. I've never been to a Frank Lloyd Wright building. I would like to. So maybe I'll take advantage of that next time I'm in Florida. Not sure when that will be. Florida Central College. Would that be near Tampa, or what would be the largest city near that? Ayn Rand had some correspondence with Frank Lloyd Wright. It's in the book Letters of Ayn Rand. And I think she admired his independence when it came to architecture, but she had some other issues with him where uh, things weren't so good. There was a talk given by Shoshana Milgram at a conference, Objectivist conference, some within the last few years, I think, which was about Frank Lloyd Wright and his relation to Ayn Rand. Howard Rourke, one of the 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 main character in The Fountainhead, he was an architect. And some people have thought maybe Frank Lloyd Wright inspired that character, or at least aspects of that character. So, and I think Shoshana discusses that connection or that issue in her talk. Um, to what extent, if any, was Rourke inspired by Rourke? And I think his mentor uh, wasn't Louis Sullivan. Wasn't he another architect who was he a mentor of Frank Lloyd Wright? In the book, there's also a mentor of Howard Rourke, Henry Cameron. So I think some people have also said that Henry Cameron in the novel, The Fountainhead, was inspired by Louis Sullivan, Frank Lloyd Wright's maybe mentor. I don't know if Shoshana talks about that as well in the talk, but anyway, you can check that out if you just Google. I mean, it's probably on the Ayn Rand Institute YouTube channel. So if you just go there and do a search for Frank Lloyd Wright, Shoshana Milgram, you can probably find that talk. Maybe I'll do a quick search for that actually. Here, let me actually I'll do it another way. Shoshana Milgram, Frank Lloyd Wright. Here it is. Okay, I'm going to share this in the chat. Florida Nick says I think it's actually Florida Southern College and it's in Lakeland. Okay. All right, there's the link to the talk I was just mentioning by Shoshana Milgram, Frank Lloyd Wright, and the Fountainhead. During the break, I thought of another thing I could do, which I've never done before during a live stream, which is edit one of my videos and prepare it for publication. So on my channel, let me bring my window back up. On my channel, there's this videos tab. The live tab has all my live streams, but the videos tab has non-live videos. So I was thinking maybe I could excerpt some clips. I could take some clips from my live streams and turn them into standalone videos, and maybe that will help increase traffic to them. And some of these are like that, like this video here, Communist Streamer Straighterade. This was from a live stream, and I just cut out part of it, which I thought would make a good standalone video. And I thought maybe I would like to do more of those, but they just take time. And I'm often not motivated to spend time doing those when I'm off stream. But I thought maybe I could actually prepare the video during a live stream. I don't know if that would be interesting to you. It would give you some insight into my editing process, and maybe it would be more motivating to me to do if it's during a live stream. Because when I'm not live streaming, I just don't have the motivation to do that. And often weeks, months go by. Like this video was published over a month ago. That was my last edited video that I put out. Um, and they're not like 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. This is like I'm putting these out at the rate of one a month. But I could be doing a lot more of those, and maybe that would help my channel grow. Um, because you never know like what video is going to go viral, what's going to really catch the algorithm, the wave, and do really well. Um, and I have some ideas for clips that might get a lot of views, and people aren't necessarily going to want to watch a many hours long live stream, but if I repackage some of the content as standalone videos that are just targeted on a certain topic, then they might get a lot more reach. But as I said, it takes time to edit videos. And when I'm not live streaming, I usually want to be doing something else, like studying history. That's probably what I do the most when I'm not live streaming. and it's hard to get up the motivation to spend hours editing videos, like going over material I've already done and preparing them as standalone videos. So I thought maybe I should try just doing it during a live stream. And then that way I could churn out more of these. Instead of doing one a month, maybe I could do like one every couple weeks or one a week. Um, but I was thinking maybe it would be good to do it as a what's the word I'm looking for? Like a space filler. Like I want to give priority to people who are here live and engage with people in the chat or take calls. But if there aren't any chats or calls coming in, then maybe at those times I could shift over to working on my editing some clips, preparing them for publication. And maybe I could comment on them some as I'm doing it if I have any thoughts about the material I'm editing. I could comment on it. And I don't know if there's any prospective editors out there. I don't have my own editor. I do everything myself. But if anyone has any interest in becoming my editor, maybe this would give you some insight as to how it's done, or maybe you know somebody who might be able to do this. I actually did used to work with one person years ago, like in the first year of my channel, 6 years ago. And I tried it for a while, but it ended up taking more time than it would have been if I just did it all myself because I had to give a lot of instructions on exactly how I wanted it done. And the time it took to give all those instructions was more time than it would be if I just did it myself. Now, maybe eventually, if we did it long enough working together, it would have gotten to a point where it would have been faster to have someone as my editor. But I was only working with him for, I don't know, maybe a month or two. And that wasn't enough time to, um, for it to become a net time saver for me. And also he was just doing it on a volunteer basis. I don't know if anyone out there would want to be a volunteer for this or what kind of payment they would want or what I would be comfortable with. I haven't really thought much about that. But anyway, if I at least if I do the editing myself publicly, then anyone who is a prospective editor could at least see how I do it, and maybe then if I did start working with someone, then it wouldn't take as much time training um, that person on, exactly how I like things to work because they'll just be able to see how I do it on my live stream. So that's an idea I thought maybe I would do. Um, you can let me know what you think about that as a possible thing to do during live streams. Oh, Florida Nick says I'd be cool with that. Okay. Thanks for that feedback. All right. Well, maybe now is a good time to start that. I have some ideas of clips that I could do. So one idea is actually there's two related clips, and I don't know if I would want to publish them as one video or as two separate videos, but sometimes I get asked, are you going to go back on the Majority Report and call Sam Cedar again? You might know here, I sorted by popular. You can see my most popular videos, a lot of them involve Sam Cedar from the Majority Report. And those are my most viewed videos, the ones related to that. So, um, several of them have over 1,000 views, over 2,000 views. This one has over 3,000 views. So maybe if I did some more videos related to the Majority Report and Sam Cedar, I would get a lot of traffic. So someone actually, maybe multiple times, came by my live stream and asked me in the chat if I would debate Sam Cedar again. And I discussed that for a while and I gave my reasons. Right now, I actually lean towards no, not debating him, unless maybe if I got some special treatment, like if he gives me longer time, or if I don't have to wait in a phone queue for an hour and then maybe get have my call taken, which happens sometimes. Like I sometimes I waited in his phone queue for like over an hour and he still doesn't take my call, which is understandable because he has a lot of people trying to call his show. Um, but um, as you see in the thumbnail here, I say from the side, "You're smearing her," and I thought he was. It sounded like he was okay with smearing Ayn Rand, and once he said that, that turned me off from wanting to call back into his show. Because if you're going to critique someone, you should do it honestly. I mean, base your critique on what they say. Don't smear them. Um, uh, Maybe I should play that clip actually, just so you can. Yeah, I'll do a search on that. Is social security a good policy? Not like I'll do a search in the transcripts so you can hear the spot I'm talking about. I haven't actually played this on my live stream before, so maybe that would be good to do. Let me do. So if I go down to show transcript and then I do a search for, I think he uses the word argument in the phrase that I'm remembering. Yeah, here it is. I think this, no, that's not the one. It's later. There's an argument that maybe she needs more smearing. Let me play that. I don't know a good place to start. Maybe I'll just go back. That's at 5:22. So if I go back to maybe I'll start. So we're talking about Ayn Rand taking Social Security and whether that's hypocritical. Um, so, and I said he had different views, like in different videos. In one video, in some video, he seemed to think yes, it was hypocritical, and another not. It was not hypocritical. So I'm just going to start here, I guess. And let me just, I got to share the sound, make sure you can hear that. Um, okay. Oh, I don't have my, let me put in my AirPod. Hold on. Okay. So maybe I'll play about a minute or two, or about 2 minutes, something like that. It's been a while since I heard this.
Rand in society? Is that what it is? Like, what's the substantive point of this?
So if you don't know this guy, Sam Cedar, he's a leftist political commentator. He has this show, The Majority Report, and I he has over a million, I think around 2 million subscribers now. So it's one of the largest shows I've ever been on. And I've called his show 7 times. This is my seventh and final call, which was, I think, sometime in 2024. Yeah, September 18th, 2024 was this call. So, in some of the calls, the issue of Ayn Rand taking Social Security came up, and it came up several times. And we're talking about it again here. And I want to play a minute or two of this.
Entire thing. Concerned that somehow I have ruined the perspective of Ayn Rand in society. Is that what it is? Like, what's the substantive point of this entire thing?
Well, I do believe in truth and justice, and if I think you do, then it's good to have a just characterization of people.
Well, I definitely think
not smear them.
I think honestly, when we talk about justice, the worst things you could say about Ayn Rand, I think, are just.
Okay, well, there's really no substance there. You're just registering your opinion of insult. It doesn't really contribute anything substantive to the discussion as to why you disagree. And if you smear her and strawman her as a justification for thinking the philosophy is bad, that's worthless.
I disagree.
That's his producer you hear on the side, or you can't see him, but the guy who says I disagree, he chimed in there.
Man, her as a justification for thinking the philosophy is bad, that's worthless.
I disagree.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've saved a lot.
Well,
I've saved a lot of people
a
lot of like.
We are doing substance.
Being
It's you
lost.
who's not doing substance. You're completely without substance.
Like,
All we're doing is giving you substance.
What
so.
do you want? Like, what is substantive about the idea that I thought she was hypocritical 14 years ago and not today?
That's what I mentioned about him having two different views of Ayn Rand. So he put out this video in 2011 in which he seemed to be saying she was hypocritical for taking Social Security, but in a later video, when I called into him and I was arguing against that and saying she was not hypocritical for taking Social Security, he seemed to go along with that. So, they can't, both positions can't be true. So, did he take back his view, and did I argue effectively that she's not hypocritical? If so, then I think he should own that fact and maybe apologize for calling her hypocritical in the past, or at least say that he no longer believes that, if that's the case, out of justice towards Ayn Rand's. I don't think you don't want to be unjust and smear someone as a hypocrite when she's actually not. So that's a substantive issue. I think he's trying to argue that this is not a substantive issue to be discussing, and I think it is. It's important whether someone is being smeared or not.
Like, what is substantive about the idea that I thought she was hypocritical 14 years ago and not today?
Well, you're giving a very bad impression to your audience about her views. You're smearing her. I mean, is that just to do?
Is that just? I mean, I think based upon what Ayn Rand has sort of subjected the rest of us, I think that is, there's an argument that maybe she needs more smearing.
There's an argument that maybe she needs more smearing. Okay, so do I want to deal with someone who says that? Not really. Which is why I haven't called back his show for over a year now. Because if he thinks she deserves more smearing, then that's just being dishonest, right? Saying things that are false in order to damage her reputation. If you think she's wrong about something, attack what she's actually said. But don't say someone deserves more smearing. That's my view. And so he says before that, like, based on what she's subjected us to, I don't know what he's talking about there, but if you think she subjected us to something bad, okay, well, just say the truth. What is that bad thing that she has subjected us to? Argue against that. There's no need to lie. There's no need to make things up in order to justify a critique. Just make your critique based on the facts. There's never a justification for smearing someone, is there? So this is maybe the main reason I have for not wanting to go back on his show. There has to be a certain level of respect for the truth and honesty. And if you are open to smearing someone in order to advance your position rather than base your critique on the truth, then uh, I don't really feel inclined to deal with you. Now, maybe if he sweetened the deal, as I was saying before, and maybe if he gave me a lot more time, maybe if I didn't have to wait in a phone queue for an hour to maybe be called on. And maybe if he were to take back what he said and say, "Oh, okay, I apologize. I shouldn't," or at least say like, yeah, I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't smear Ayn Rand. Then I would be more likely to reconsider and go back on the show. So these are some of the reasons which I'm reiterating now, which I have said in the past when people have come in my chat and asked if I'm going to go back on the show. And um, these are the reasons why I haven't chosen to go back on his show. And now I'm just supporting my reasons with playing the actual video, which gave rise to those reasons. I'll just play that last bit again.
Very bad impression to your audience about her views. You're smearing her. I mean, is that just to do?
Is that just? I mean, I think based upon what Ayn Rand has like sort of subjected the rest of us, I think that is, there's an argument that maybe she needs more smearing.
Okay, so I'll pause it there. I don't know if I should play more, but now you have seen a important clip. Maybe I would include that. Like if I'm going to edit a video related to this topic of why I'm not or why I haven't gone back on his show, maybe I would try to edit in this clip where he says maybe there's an argument that she needs more smearing, just to give the proof or that he said that. And once on my live stream, the editor, or not the editor, the moderator from his chat, or one of the moderators from his chat, came into my chat and asked if I would be interested in debating Sam Cedar again. And I said some of the same sorts of things that I've just said. So I was thinking about putting up two or creating two videos. One where the first person who was in my chat, not the moderator, but some prior person, asked me about whether I would go back on Sam Cedar's show, publishing that as its own video, and then as a second video, the one where the moderator from the Majority Report asked me about debating Sam Cedar. Because it might be interesting to have a video which is actually, it's like someone from the Majority Report itself who's affiliated with their show as a moderator. It might be interesting to have that segment as its own video. Or maybe I could combine both of those into one video. That's why I was mentioning a little bit ago, two videos, two clips, which maybe I could combine into one. I'm not sure. But anyways, if I'm going to publish some standalone videos, I thought maybe these would be good videos to publish, videos on this topic. All right. So I don't see any new chats, but I still see people here. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. And super chats, super stickers are open. Just a reminder about that. if you want to support my work. So maybe I should just go ahead and start editing these clips. But as I said, I do want to give priority to people who are here. So if you all want to talk about something else, just pipe up in the chat or call in, and I'll go to your chats because I want to give priority to people who are here live. Nick says he's still here. Hi, Nick. Thanks. Appreciate that. So uh, I can use the editing of videos as backup material if I don't have anything to engage with in the chat or any calls to take. So that's how I see it. It's I would like to engage with you all who are here live if you have things you want to talk about. But if there's not anything new coming in, I can just um, go over to my editing projects and use that as backup material to fill in time when there aren't any new chats. See, they got a couple more votes on the poll. Another vote for yes and another vote for I have no preference. So now it's evenly split between talking about taxes, talking about neither taxes nor Israel, and then having no preference. Well, now that I've mentioned this editing project, which I can work on during the live stream, maybe I should do a new poll and include that as an option. Objective Ethics says he's going to take a shower, but if you're still on in about 30 minutes, I will call in. Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. I'll probably be on in 30 minutes. Actually, doing the having this editing project as a backup helps me do longer streams because then it gives me content to work on. I feel like if there's not any new chats coming in, I often will feel like, well, maybe I should just end the stream now, um, because people aren't engaging. But if I have something else to do, then maybe I'll just keep going with the stream, and then people can pipe up later at any time, really, if they want. And this sometimes happen. Like someone might not be available during their early hours of the stream, but maybe they would be available a few hours later. So if I just keep the stream going, I guess I'm more likely to hit more people. But it's good to have something I can do in the intermittent time when the chat is not very active and there's not calls. So editing could be very good for that purpose as a time filler. Um, I've also used live replies on X for that purpose in the past. Some of you might have seen me do that. Like, if I'm not getting any new chats, I'll just go on X and reply to some people's posts. Um, and I guess I could. I feel more excited about the editing project, editing clips for standalone publication than I do about doing live replies on X. I'm not sure why, but maybe just because I think editing new videos would might help my channel grow more than would spending time on doing X replies. But anyways, maybe it's at least worth a shot to work on this editing project. But yeah, I think I'll be here for at least 30 more minutes, so I can take a call from Objective Ethics. But in the meantime, I'm going to start editing a clip, and I will check back in the chat every once in a while. I don't know how often, maybe every few minutes to see if there's anything new. And then if I do see something new, I'll engage with it. But in the meantime, I'm going to edit a clip. All right, so let me stop this screen share. I want to, so to do this, I would need to share my iMovie software. That's the software I use to edit my videos. I used to use QuickTime, but there are more features in iMovie. So that's what I use. I don't know what, like, if there's an industry standard, I don't know what other people use. I think there's an Adobe software that a lot of people use, um, which might have more features, but also costs more. iMovie is free, came with my Mac. So that's a reason that I have to use iMovie. And maybe I'll switch to Adobe or something else later, but for now, I'm pretty comfortable using iMovie. So the first step is actually before I even find that, or before I even open that software, the iMovie, to edit the clip, I need to find the clip. So step one here is to find the clips. So there's two clips I mentioned. One is where someone asked me um, about whether I'm going to go back on Sam Cedar's show, the non-moderator who asked me that, and then the moderator who asked me that. But I think they were maybe two or three shows apart. So I have to find those shows. Now I know I mentioned the moderator in the title of the show. So if I go, let me share the screen again. Oh, I didn't take a poll. I said maybe I would take a poll asking about um yeah, I think I'm going to end this poll and start a new poll. You can see the results there now. It's evenly split. And I'll share that on the screen, the chat, because I think in the live chat replay, the poll results don't show up. So just to make sure I have a record of it, I want to share it when that's on the screen. And let's see. So the new poll, I was thinking about doing is, should I edit videos for publication during live stream? And maybe you don't know because you haven't seen me do it yet. Um, and maybe you would be interested if I do it once, but maybe not 50 times. So there can be different answers, but just to get at least a little feedback on this for now, I'll say yes is the first option. Second option is no, do something else. Third option is I have no preference. All right, I'm just going to go with those. Okay, so now there's a new poll in chat which you can vote on. And while votes are coming in, I guess I'll go back to edit or looking for that clip. So I want to share my channel. All right, so if I search moderator, I think that might turn up the one of the clips I'm looking for. No, it didn't. So it turned up one video, but this isn't the one. Maybe it turned up this video because the word moderator appears in the transcript of this video. The moderator of this communist streamer. So let me try. What's a different word to search on? Maybe just mod? Did I call him mod? Oh yeah, here it is. Majority report mod in my chat. Okay. So I don't know if my sound is being shared. Um, do I have a timestamp for that? Yeah, three hours and 8 seconds is when that section starts. Majority report mod in my chat asks if I'm interested in debating Sam Cedar. Autumn Leaves, that's the name of the moderator. He was rude to me, and I might block him. But let me click on that. Actually, let me make sure my sound is being shared. Oh yeah, it's still being shared. Okay, how long is this segment? 18 minutes? Sometimes there's other stuff included between this one timestamp and another that I don't include in the description because I don't annotate everything in the description, but I just try to hit some of the main points. So I'm not sure if this segment goes on for 18 minutes, but it's at least part of that interval. So you can see here on the screen, he appears in my chat and he says, Dan, I'm affiliated with the Majority Report show. Would you be interested in debating Sam Cedar? So let's see. Let's listen to that clip, or at least part of it. Oh, I haven't turned the volume on. Some on a Ghosties chat. See, we have another chat from Autumn Leaves. He says, Dan, I'm affiliated with the Majority Report show. Would you be interested in debating Sam Cedar? I'm not sure. I remember you. So you were the moderator on the chat, the YouTube chat, when I first called in to your show 4 years ago almost now. And yeah, I'm thinking back to that now. Um, yeah, I've wondered if I should block you actually. You blocked me, at least temporarily, when you were the moderator on Sam's chat. And I thought you blocked me for 3 days, but you said apparently you only timed me out for a few minutes, but that's not what you said in the chat. You threatened to block me for 3 days. I don't know why, because you disagreed with me or something. I wasn't being rude, but I don't think you were polite to me, and I think you were encouraging other people to bully me, actually. I think I saw that in later chats, and for that reason, I've thought like maybe I should block Autumn Leaves. Um, but anyways, that's maybe I'll think about that some more. As for debating Sam Cedar, I've been on the Majority Report many times. He appears here in the chat box. So I haven't blocked him yet, which is why he appears over here in the live chat replay. If I did block him, which all I would have to do is click on hide user right here, but I didn't do that. Um, but even if I did hide him from my channel, you would still see him here and on the screen because I was sharing my screen here, and that's preserved even if you block someone here, which I might do to him later. Okay, so I don't know how much of this I'm going to listen to. So what I would want to do if I'm editing this clip is I want to find a good beginning point and a good end point. Sometimes if I'm doing a live stream, I stray off into some unrelated topics in the middle of a segment, so I would want to also edit out those if I'm going to publish a standalone video. But I at least I want to start by finding the beginning point and the end points, and then after that, maybe find other um, sub clips within it that are unrelated, if there are any such intervals, and then edit those out. So I would have to listen to this whole 18 minutes or so to find a good beginning and end point. Well, I guess I could just fast forward to the next timestamp and see if that seems like a good place to end it, and then I could listen to the intervening material later. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. I'm not sure what the best way to do this is on a live stream. See, the way I do this on a live stream might differ from the way I do it if I'm not live streaming, in order to make it more interesting to the audience. So I'm gonna fast forward to, I guess I'm gonna close this chat box, and then the next timestamp is the outro. So if I click on that, how far did I listen? I listened to 3:02:09. So maybe I should start a new Google Doc where I keep track of various timestamps that will be helpful for editing this video. Yeah, let me do that. I'm going to stop this share for a second and create a new Google Doc. Okay. All right, so I will title this Majority Report Mod Video. And I'm going to copy this link because I might want to edit in a clip from this video. So let me put that here. And then see where's the video I was just watching? Oh, right here. Okay, so I also want to copy this link. Put it here. Okay, so I'll make a note that Majority Report moderator segment begins. And then next I want to find where the segment ends. And I guess that time is to be determined. But it said maybe it's around 18 minutes later. So if I go to the next timestamp and then, okay, go back a little bit, I can hear the transition. The Kimmel issue. Jimmy Kimmel, someone asked me about that earlier in this show. See, I'm talking about Jimmy Kimmel here, which maybe is completely unrelated to the Majority Report issue. So this might be a case where I'm talking about unrelated topics in the same segment before the next timestamp. So I would have to find where the relevant segment actually ends. Um, I guess if I look at the transcript, that's probably going to be helpful. Oh no, it looks like his show ended. It's okay, maybe it just ended. Here I'm talking about Durant, Da Vinci. So it looks like I'm just engaging with miscellaneous chats. Oh yeah, here I'm talking about smearing. So this is still going to be part of the relevant segment. And then I noticed that I got two more subscribers, and I interrupt to say that it just went up to 945. Now I'm at 988. So, which was actually a little lower than it was when I started streaming. So I guess a couple people unsubscribed since I started streaming. I had 990 when I started the stream. I wonder why I lost a couple people. That often happens. So not really surprising, but um, I'll make it up. It's just a matter of time. You want to help me get back up to 990? Anyone who's watching but not subscribed? All right, so it looks like it's around 3 hours and 12 minutes that I stopped talking about the Sam Cedar issue. Oh, Sam Cedar. Okay. Oh, no, I'm still talking about it here. 314. Now, even though I'm talking about it here, I don't know if it's worth including because it might just be repetition or unimportant. So somewhere around 314, maybe. What I can do is go to a place where I'm certain I'm still in the thick of discussing that issue, and then well, I guess I already listened up to 302-ish. So from there to 314 would be 12 more minutes. Do I want to listen to 12 minutes right now? I could comment along the way. Maybe that would make it more interesting. But anyways, it looks like it would end up being about a 12-minute video. Or no, well, like 12 to 14 minutes. That's what I would estimate right now. Nick is still here. Hi, Nick. Thanks for letting me know. Anyone else want to let me know if you're still here? See, we got some more votes. It's an even split again on what I should do next. Or what should I edit videos for publication during live stream? I got one yes, one no, do something else, and one says I have no preference. So there's no overwhelming majority. And I feel like I've got some momentum here with this editing project. So I think I'm just going to keep doing that for now, unless there becomes a clear majority for some other option, or if some people start raising other issues in the chat they want to talk about or calling in. Actually, it's only a few more minutes until Objective Ethics said he was going to call in, because he said at 4:51 that if I'm still on in 30 minutes, he's going to call in, and that would be 5:21, which is only 5 minutes from now. So maybe any minute I'm going to get a call from Objective Ethics. I'm not sure what he wants to talk about, but maybe we will find out soon. Okay, so maybe I'll start it around. I guess I'll just keep playing from the point where I left off. I played up until about 3:02, and I'll play some more from that point where I'm explaining to the majority report mod, um, or I'm giving him an answer to his question here about whether I'd be interested in debating Sam Cedar. All right, I'm going to play some more of this. And for that reason, I've thought like maybe I should block Autumn Leaves. Um, but anyways, that's maybe I'll think about that some more. As for debating Sam Cedar, I've been on the majority report many times. I've called in 7 times. So I don't know what kind of debate you're thinking of. Like you just want me to call in again? Or do you mean something more like Sam would have me on screen so you can actually see me like he does sometimes when he debates someone, like when he debated Euron Brook, who wasn't just a caller, but it was more formal and it was arranged. I guess I'd be more inclined to do it if it was like that than if I was just a caller. I've talked about this some on previous shows that I'm not sure I want to call Sam's show anymore, because he smeared Ayn Rand and seemed okay with smearing Ayn Rand. I discussed that in my last call to his show from, I think it was about a year ago. And at a certain point in the call, he said he thinks there might be an argument that Ayn Rand deserves to be smeared more. And when I heard that, that really turned me off, because that's just dishonest. If you're going to smear someone, then you're misrepresenting their position and deliberately doing so. At least the way it sounded like Sam was talking about it. If you're okay with smearing someone, that means you're okay with saying things about their view that are false. But that's terrible. You shouldn't do that to anyone. You should represent someone's viewpoint accurately and engage with that, not smear them. So I haven't really felt like calling Sam's show since he said that, since he made that comment about maybe Ayn Rand deserves to be smeared more. Because I want to engage with people who have a certain level of honesty and decency. And I thought that crossed the line. I mean, maybe I'll change my mind at some point, but at least since a year ago, I haven't felt like calling again. And I don't know, maybe if you can give me more publicity or something by like putting me on screen and having me on for a long time, like when you're on Brooke debated him for, I don't know, 45 minutes. Maybe I would reconsider. So I don't know if you would make me an offer like that, but I guess that would make me more inclined than just doing a regular call. Um, Especially since I don't know if he's going to even take if he would even take my call if I just get in the queue. I mean, there's so many people. Sometimes I call in and I'm on hold for like over an hour, and he doesn't even take my call. And I understand that because he has so many people, he can't take everybody's call. But like, do I want to spend a lot of time waiting on hold and then he doesn't even take my call? I'm even less inclined to do like if it hadn't been for this the smear stuff I was just talking about, then I'd be more inclined to call again, and I don't mind waiting on hold. But especially given his comments in the last show, I'm less inclined to want to wait on hold for a long time as a regular caller, and then he doesn't even take my call. So I think maybe you have to, if it were arranged in a certain way, um, I'd be more inclined to reconsider and debate him again. So maybe that's all I will say right now about this. Okay, so that was just on this chat here. And that was the last chat. So if anyone else wants to jump in, feel free. Joseph said he's read about 36 books on Leonardo da Vinci. Wow. That's a lot. I guess you need to read a lot if you're going to write your own book on him. See, this is where I'm going over some unrelated material, which I might need to cut out when I'm editing. I guess if it's a very small interruption, maybe I can just leave it in. But I'm not sure. I would want to think about that some more. All right, I'm watching it on my phone here to see how it appears there. Thanks for the likes, by the way. I see we're up to 8 likes now. And um oh, I see Objective Ethics just called in. Okay, nice. So I'm going to stop the screen share and let me just note where I got up to 30708. Okay. And I'm going to make a note of that. Let me see if there's anyone in the Zoom waiting room. I don't think so. I think I will get a that was the video playing, not me right now. 30708. So I'm just going to note here. I listens to 30708. So when I continue working on this later, I'm not sure when it will be, either later in this live stream or maybe during another live stream or maybe off live stream. But I can start from this point and continue listening forward. So I will have saved my progress and not have to re-listen to something I already listened to. Okay, I'm going to stop the screen share now. and make sure I've got my Zoom settings correct. And just a few seconds, I will admit objective ethics. Okay, I have admitted him, and he should be able to unmute himself. There you go. Can you hear me now?
I can. Can you hear me as well?
I can. Thanks for calling in. Welcome back.
Oh, that's perfect. It's always a pleasure to speak with you, Dan.
Yeah, nice to speak with you as well.
I'm getting some
So
feed. Oh,
you're all clean and fresh. You said you just got out of the shower. So um, any topic in particular on your mind that you wanted to chat about today?
yeah. I was just thinking. Well, you've really touched on several things I find to be fascinating, but I want to save some content for the show that we do together in a couple of weeks. I know we're going to be discussing ethics, and so I want to try and couch some of my questions for that show because I'm really looking forward to having you.
Yeah,
Um,
more like 1 week because it's a week from tomorrow, actually,
yeah,
the
yeah, you're right.
25th.
Yeah, you're right. It is in a week on Sunday. Yeah. I did get confirmation from the Raging Tomato, so it looks like our time for 5 p.m. Pacific, which is my time. So it'd be 8 p.m. Eastern on Saturday, the day before we get together. I'll be having that debate on objective morality. So that's going to be a big show and a big opportunity for me because as a skeptic, and you're probably on the same boat, as a skeptic, we are in the majority in public opinion as far as that goes, whether morality is objective versus subjective. Most atheists and agnostics believe that morality is subjective. Theists tend to make the claim it's objective, but they have a completely confused understanding of what objective actually means. What they're really preaching is called divine command theory, which is a subjective notion of morality. It's based on God's stance, and anything that's stance dependent is of course subjective, but they call it objective morality anyway.
Okay, there's a lot there we can talk about. I'm going to take some notes here and maybe I'll share those. Let me just scroll down a bit here. Today is January 17th, and I'm talking with Objective Ethics, and I'm going to share this on the screen. So, Objective Ethics, for anyone who is new here, he's got his own YouTube channel, and he does discussions and debates with people on topics related to what are your main topics? Like it seems like religion is maybe your main topic. Would that be accurate?
I really don't have a label or brand like most channels. I discuss philosophy, which then includes religion, and I discuss mental health, physical fitness, entertainment, politics. So I'm really all over the board. The goal of my channel was basically to just set up a platform where people could come with any ideas, any opinions, and then learn to have respectful disagreements. Because I find the current format of the way that people are engaging for the most part on social media is very just feeds into the divisive nature of things. And I think that we need to learn to come together and work together, not just as one society, but on a global scale. So I'm trying to teach people to celebrate diversity and appreciate people's differences, learn to agree to disagree if we can't come to a common ground, try to find out what common ground we do have because we're all human beings at the end of the day, right? We're all trying to put food on our plate, a roof over our heads, so on, and maybe make a little money on the way. So we do have a lot of things in common just inherently as part of what we might call humanness. So I'm trying to get people to understand this concept and then work from there.
Okay. So, all right. Yeah, lots we could get into. Objective ethics. So that using that name, a lot of people might think there's some similarity or affiliation with objectivism, which is the name Ayn Rand gave to her philosophy. But my understanding is that this is you came up with this name independently and prior to studying Ayn Rand, who you only actually you started reading her just was a week or two ago.
Yeah, after I had spoken with you for the first time, actually. So I'm really fresh into Ayn Rand, and I have been trying to get into her a lot of her stuff because I find it fascinating. But my time is very limited because I have, a real job. I have to actually make money, and I do personal training on the side, and then I'm doing my own fitness routine, trying to get recovered from surgery. So I've got so much I'm already doing that YouTube is really at the end of the line, so to speak. I only do one live show a week on Sunday afternoons, and I try to put out something on Wednesdays, maybe a short or some little video or something like that, just to kind of keep some content going. But I never really intended to be, and I still don't intend to be a quote unquote YouTuber. I do not expect to get monetized or anything like that. I just wanted to have a platform where I could invite people to have, polite disagreements, open discussions, and things like that. I used to be a co-host on a different channel, actually, because I wasn't going to set up my own channel. And when I was sick, I was stuck at home or in the hospital for almost 2 years, really. So I was just on social media all the time, trying to stay entertained. And I was a guest on many, just like I am right now on your channel, just as a guest speaking. And people were asking me, do you have your own channel? I'd like to follow you. I'd like to blah, blah, blah. And I says, no, I really don't. So someone invited me to be on their channel as a co-host. And I did that for a while, but it turns out that while they claim to be a type of atheist, they're non-dualists, and one of them is a mystic. And the more I started doing content with them, the more I realized that that's really just another version of religion. It's a philosophy. I don't know if you know much about non-dualism versus dualism. I think actually I did hear you do a discussion a couple years ago about Cartesian dualism, or it was, yeah, I think it was Cartesian dualism that you were discussing. And I thought that was quite fascinating. I wanted to talk to you about that at some point, not today necessarily, because that's a whole other can of worms. But is consciousness fundamental is a pretty fascinating discussion to have. So at any rate, so as a guest speaker, I was just talking out of people's channels, and I finally decided that the direction the channel was going, that I was a guest speaker on, really wasn't something I wanted to be doing all the time. And so I decided at that point, about a month ago, I just start my own channel, and it's taken off. I'm really shocked at how successful it's been already.
Yeah, you got 100 some subscribers already, and I think that's quite a bit more than I had after 1 month. So yeah, congrats to you on that.
I appreciate that. And I can't believe I think I'm coming up to 11,000 views on my videos, which that really blows me away as well. I can't believe that. I really thought that I might have like maybe 20, 25 subscribers total, like lifetime of the channel, because I really didn't think I was going to do anything with it. And I thought maybe I'd get like 500 to 1,000 views in a year. So to be at nearly 11,000 views in just a month, I'm blown away that it's gotten that much attention.
Yeah, that's a good rate of growth. I'm going to drop a link to your channel in the chat. I did that earlier in the stream, but in case people are just joining now, they might not be able to scroll back to that. So here is a link to Objective Ethics's channel. If you want to check it out, that should make it easy for you. All right, so you're doing a debate on the 24th, so that's a week from today. And it's on I've heard of Raging Tomatoes, but I don't know much about her or him. I think it might be a female. Does she just moderate, or is that the person you're debating? Or could you tell us some about your debate?
Yeah, so my understanding is, and I've not super familiar with their stuff, but the gentleman who I'm going to be debating against, his name is Mark Reed. I believe the name of his channel is Mark Reed Atheist. He's a very smart guy, very good debater. I actually saw him debate on the Raging Tomato site against some bigger names like Andrew Wilson and Jim Bob. If you might be familiar with those guys.
I've heard of them, yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty big apologist names on the Christian sphere. I don't like their tactics or their debate style, but they are very well known for debate. And Mark Reed did a great job. He's a really good debater. And so that's how I became familiar with the Raging Tomatoes. Sarah runs the channel. Andrew Wilson, I believe, and again, may not be the case, but I think this is how it went. So just to preface that, I believe Andrew Wilson was actually affiliated somehow officially with the channel for a while. And then he and Sarah had some kind of falling out, is my understanding. So now I think Andrew Wilson does his own thing. But so Andrew Wilson, he draws a lot of attention on social media. There's another show that he does, I can't remember the name of it now, but where they talk about a lot of politics, political issues, and stuff like that. And they have a lot of times girls like look like strippers or
Oh,
across.
is this the whatever podcast?
Yes, thank you. I kept wanting to say WhatsApp, but that was I think that's all kind of in the same realm of genre there. But yeah, whatever podcast. So Andrew Wilson's on that quite a bit. So he's a pretty big name. And at any rate, so that's the Raging Tomato. She's got a really big channel, and I think a lot of that might be because of Andrew Wilson and the crowd that he draws. So, but it's a pretty mixed bag. It's not necessarily just a religious group there. There's quite a mixed bag, atheists and theists alike, left wingers and right wingers. So it should be a really big opportunity for exposure for my channel, as long as I don't really embarrass myself. Mark Reed is a very good debater, and I do not have a whole lot of debate as far as formal debate experience. I've performed very well in the few debates I've done. In fact, I haven't lost a formal debate yet, but I haven't debated somebody even close to Mark Reed's caliber. And the topic itself, objective versus subjective morality, has been debated, as you know, for thousands of years in philosophy. And I don't know, there's such strong arguments for both sides. I could literally debate his side if I really wanted to debate subjective morality. I mean, there's really good arguments to be made for it. But having looked at the issue from both sides, I do feel that objective morality is the clear answer. But we'll have to see how the debate goes.
Okay. So the debate is going to be hosted by the Raging Tomato channel, and then you're going to be debating Mark Reed on that channel on the issue of objective morality versus subjective morality. Which is it? Correct?
Exactly right.
Okay. Very good. So, and then we're going to have our own discussion, you and I, on your channel the next day. So that's going to be interesting. All right. So I forget if I already asked you if you already answered. Like right now, is there any particular topic you wanted to go over?
Well, I was curious. I just did a video Wednesday. I put out a video called Courage Without Fear. And I don't know if you had a chance to check that video out or not. I'm actually quite proud of it. It's everything I've done up to this point is fairly mundane as far as I'm not doing anything innovative, just by hosting an open platform where people can talk. But I have been having discussions on other channels with anti-natalists, and I'm sure you're familiar with anti-natalism and the idea that bringing children into the world is an immoral act because of all the suffering that they're inevitably going to experience. And I find that position to be interesting, but kind of ridiculous at the same time. It's kind of self-defeating because the argument can be run forwards and backwards, right? You're denying them all the good experiences too. Technically, if you're going to deny them all the suffering, you'd be denying them everything else. And so I've also been, hearing a lot of theists arguing with atheists about the problem of evil, sometimes framed as the problem of suffering when it comes to arguments against God's character. It gets used a lot against arguments for the existence of God, which as an agnostic, I don't particularly think that's a good argument for the existence or non-existence of a God. I do think the problem of suffering is a good refutation for particular anthropomorphized versions of God. Is God all loving? Is God good? This kind of a thing. Is God moral? I think the problem of suffering makes a good argument against that. But the video I put out was really intended to address the anti-natalist position. And I'm extremely proud of that video. I think a lot of us suffer from depression and anxiety, and society, especially with social media, can feed into that. And so I thought I would put out a video offering people some encouragement, that the suffering, there is actual value in this. And I gave my own personal life story just real quickly. It's less than a 30-minute video, so if anybody wants to watch it, it's not too much of a grind. But I used some other examples of other people's lives as well. And I'm just I think that might be the most important video I may ever make. I'm really proud of it. I didn't know if you'd seen it or what you think about anti-natalism or the morality issue in regards to bringing children into the world. I know that's quite a diversion from what you were talking about earlier.
Oh, that's okay. I did see a few minutes of the video. I think I watched maybe 3 or 4 minutes of it. So I didn't get into the meat of it, I guess, because I don't remember the anti-natalism issue coming up in the segment I heard. I'm guessing that came up later. And I'm not super familiar with that issue. I mean, I've heard of it, and I've given it a little bit of thought, not a lot of thought. But we could talk about that some if that's what you're most interested in right now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of what I could talk to you about to help kind of give your channel some content. I know it was kind of getting kind of stagnant there with people not giving you any ideas about what to discuss. I thought I would jump on and help, throw some meat on the bone, but I didn't want to
Yeah.
touch on anything we're going to discuss next week to water down that show. So I thought, well, maybe I could, plug my own channel and then discuss this anti-natalism thing and see how Dan thinks about that from the objectivist point of view, if you've even considered that before.
Okay, yeah. I'm up for talking about that, and I do appreciate you coming on. Yeah, I was getting kind of thin there on the comments, so I appreciate you filling in here. If and only if you see it as self-interested. I mean, that's a big part of my philosophy. Like you said, a win-win, or I promote a win-win kind of view, and you said you can plug your channel, and I think that's a great example of a win-win scenario. So you help give me content by coming on, and you get to plug your own channel. And I think that's how social relationships ought to be. So that's good. So all right, anti-natalism. I guess my basic, just off the top of my head reaction to it is it seems very wrong-headed. I don't think there's anything wrong with having children. If you can, if you do it in a responsible way. Like I think it's not good to have children unintentionally because it's such a huge commitment. I mean, it's like you're legally obligated for 18 years to raise this child or pay for this child. It's such a huge part of your life that it's not something you want to take on lightly. But if you do think that it might enhance your life, so I think having children should be done for egoistic, self-interested reasons, and only for those. It shouldn't. There's no duty to be fruitful and multiply, as you might think if you're a religious person. I think you should only do it, as is the case with anything, if you judge it to be in your own self-interest. And I think many people rightly do judge it to be in their self-interest because you can get a tremendous joy from having a child and seeing them grow from a tiny thing to a mature adult. And so you get lots, potentially at least, lots of value from having a kid. And as for like suffering in the world, well, I mean, suffering is part of life, but I don't think it has to be a central or dominant feature of life. And I guess it's more or likely to be the case that you suffer depending on where you're born. Like if you're born in a war-torn hellhole, I don't know, maybe Somalia, it would be an example of it, where there's just like warlords and it's a state of anarchy and there's no rights that are respected. That it's going to be harder to make the case that you're going to have a good life in that sort of society than if you're in like a United States where there's a large measure of respect for rights and property and freedom. But I think there are many places in the world where there's still a large measure of freedom and prosperity possible to people. So the United States, Western Europe, at least, I think would be some good examples where I mean, you compare life today compared to like life for cavemen, tens of thousands of years ago, or life in the Dark Ages. I mean, there's no comparison. This is like, in many respects, I think this is the greatest time ever to be alive. There's just so much opportunity for enjoyments and happiness and success and prosperity in life. The standard of living we enjoy today in the Western world compared to so much other parts of the world in other periods of history, that if your primary focus is on like the suffering, it seems to me like there's probably something off in the way you're evaluating the pros and cons of living. You're overly focused on negatives. So that's at least my initial take on the anti-natalist movement. But I don't want to go too long on just an initial take. So I'll pause there and hand it over to you.
Yeah, you touched on two things I find quite fascinating. The first thing, and I'll try to keep this one short, is that And this is really anecdotal, so take it for what take it for what it is. But in having these discussions with actual anti-natalists or people who claim that label, um, the one thing that occurred to me, and I did ask them this directly, very politely, of course, but is that it's, would you say that you guys suffer from depression on a clinical or medical level, right? So it's more than just just a philosophy at this point, but there's something chemically going on inside your body, because we know that depression is a real symptom, right? A medical symptom that people suffer from, which is why it's important to seek professional help, counseling, antidepressants, through a doctor's supervision. It's really important. I think a lot of the illegal and illicit drug use that happens in the world, especially in the free countries, is because of depression and anxiety, frankly. So I think that antinatalism seems to me to be an extension of this chemical imbalance, that this negative viewpoint. The other thing I think that's kind of doesn't make a lot of sense to me is that, and I want to be careful how I say this, because I want to really emphasize, I'm not encouraging people to do anything harmful to themselves. It's very much against that. But I just want to point out that life is a choice. Like once you hit a certain age, a very young age even, we are actively deciding to live, right? So if these anti-natalists that are full-grown adults who have believed this for a fairly long period of time, if they really believe that life was so terrible it wasn't worth living, you know what I mean? Like, why are they still living? It doesn't make sense to me. And they admitted that they were depressed. Both, I think maybe at this point, half a dozen people, which is a very small sample, obviously. But 100% of the people did admit that they do suffer from depression. So I think there might be a correlation there. Correlation does not mean causation, but it just seems to me that it makes the most sense that people are suffering from some kind of an unhealthy view, and it may be a chemical imbalance that's going on inside of them. The other thing that you mentioned, I think, is quite fascinating. It's something that I've been having to take back to the drawing board as far as my own perspective goes a few times, because when I look at both sides of the having children issue, there's two different views to look at. One of them is something that you touched on, right? Like it's quite clear to me that we have a problem with overpopulation. There's only so many resources that this planet, has to offer, so many people it can sustain, and we are quickly coming up to that boundary limit. And the growth it increases every year. The population increases every year. And a lot of the population increase is coming from impoverished countries. People that cannot even feed themselves are having 3, 4, 5, 6 children. And to me, that seems like a quick solution, is like convince these people, not by force or coercion, but educate these people and like, hey, look, if you're a crack mom living in the slums, you probably shouldn't be having 3 or 4 kids. The problem is that I know this happens because it happened to me when I was a young adult. There are a lot of women who are having children because the state will pay them resources if they're pregnant, if they're unmarried mothers. I had a girl, I used to date her sister when I was really young, and I ran into them, I don't know, maybe my early 20s or something like that, before I was married to my wife. And the sister was telling me about the girl I used to date. She says, yeah, my sister's had a couple kids now, and she gets all this money from the state and blah, blah. She has no husband, blah, blah. And then she asked me if I would get her pregnant, because she wants to have welfare children, I guess is what you call them, right? Welfare babies. I was like, no, I can't believe, I was so offended. I couldn't believe she's asking me this. But so this does happen, where women will just pop out babies because that way they don't have to get a fucking job, right? It's crazy. So when I look at that perspective, I say, yeah, we should be convincing people ethically that only people who can raise a child in a good home, where you have enough financial resources to give the kid a good education, give them clothes and food, those are the only people that should be having children. And I thought that way for a long time. But making that argument to somebody one day here recently, I had to criticize my own view there for a minute, because the truth of the matter is we don't know where the next big idea is going to come from, right? Like the guy or the woman or the person who cures cancer might come from a poor home, right? From a poor background with a crack mom or something like that. We just have no way to say that can't happen. So I'm not sure where to come down on. So what do you think about that?
Okay, you mentioned several things here that stimulated thoughts. So I guess we can start with that last thing since you just asked about it. So an argument for having kids is that you don't know where the next cancer cure is going to come from, or maybe not the next, but the only. I don't know if they've already cured it. I think there has been progress on that front recently, actually, but let's say the next great thing might have a kid that cures. Can you see these notes I'm typing on my screen here?
Yes.
Okay. Might have a kid that cures cancer, so that's an argument for having kids. Um, so I don't think that should be the reason one has kids. That seems like a um, well, I was about to say not selfish or self-interested reason because uh, it's not that they bring joy to your life. That's not the reason. It's because they might cure some medical problem you have. And I guess I guess it could be self-interested. Like if but it would have you have to be very well. Actually, maybe I should take that back. Um, for one thing, it's going to be very far into the future. So even if we assume, for the sake of argument, that this kid does cure cancer, that's not going to happen for like 30, 40 years, right? Because he has to grow up, he has to become educated, he has to become a doctor, learn how to do research. So I think that's why I was hesitating at first to say it was self-interested, because if this is something that's going to happen, let's say you're 30 and then you have this kid, and then maybe by the time you're 60 or 70, he develops a cure for cancer. Well, then does it really make sense to go through all that to like raise a kid for 18 years on the chance that maybe he comes up with a cure for cancer 30 or 40 years into the future? It seems like uh, quite a stretch to me, quite a gamble. Like, given the potential, the likelihood of him doing that or her doing that, curing cancer, um, given the likelihood of that, and then weighing that against all the time and effort and money, the decades of your life that you have to put into this thing, that it doesn't seem like a good reason to be having a kid. I could say more, but let me just stop at that point and see if you want to say anything.
Well, I do think it depends on what lens. And I understand you're coming specifically from the egoism lens here, and I appreciate that. But I would think that there's two elements to that. One is, as far as the egoism element goes, I think something that hasn't been touched on yet that's quite relevant is I think a lot of people have children expecting that their child will take care of them when they're older, right? So the role gets reversed. And so you're basically, because as an elderly person, my wife and I, for example, had an opportunity to take care of one of my grandparents when they were older. And it was quite an honor to pay back to the family to do that, because when I was out on the streets, this adopted family, actually these grandparents, took me in for a while to help me get back on my feet. So I felt indebted to them, and it was a great honor to pay back that debt. And having seen people go through this period of life, as a person hits a certain age, it's quite common for them to start to regress emotionally and even mentally, and they really become childlike. And I mean no disrespect when I say this, because it's just the cycle of life that we go through. They start to lose mental capacity. They lose with when you lose mental capacity, your emotions do come from parts of the brain control emotions, right? So you lose your capacity to control your emotions, and you do regress in a way. And so you're having your own children who are going to be loving and much more empathetic, taking care of you, versus being in a home, is a much more preferable in most situations. Plus, financially speaking, senior care centers are extremely expensive, especially for ones that are reputable, because there's a lot of shady shit that goes on in those places. You know what I mean? So certainly a selfish reason, whether your kid cures cancer or not, there's a selfish reason I can think of right there to have children. Not that's what I necessarily would encourage, but I think that that's something a lot of people do. And I think the other thing is about it is that we could look at, say, the law of large numbers says that there will definitely be children that will grow up to do great things. And maybe one of those things will be cure cancer. Maybe one of those things will be cure Alzheimer's or something. And these are both things that elderly people are afflicted with, I think, much more than younger people, in particular with Alzheimer's. So there could be that, you know, just throwing the dice out on the table because you may end up with Alzheimer's and your child may end up coming up with a cure for that. I mean, it's not impossible, you know, as far as that goes.
Okay. All right, a lot here again. So I'll just pick out a few points. I guess one thought on the Alzheimer's is there are different ways you could promote that goal. Like if you want to, like you could donate to charities or scientific research organizations whose goal is to figure out how to cure Alzheimer's. It doesn't have to be your kid who does it. So it seems like there are probably much more efficient ways to promote the goal of curing cancer or disease than having a kid who, I mean, you can't control what your kid is going to do, what his interests are. I mean, does he even want to grow up to be a medical researcher? Does he want to grow up to do something entirely different? I mean, does he want to be a computer programmer or a CEO of a tech company, or does he want to drive for Uber? You have no idea what your kid is going to turn out to do. So I would say that's a pretty not a good reason. There are better, more effective ways you could help foster that goal of Alzheimer's. Um, so there are other things I could, let's see, what else? I'm trying to decide whether I should just pause here and go back and forth on this one point, and or should I go on to some other points? You can tell me actually. I'll let you decide.
Well, I love that the contrast you drew there between the CEO of a tech company and the Uber driver. I mean, that made me chuckle out loud. That was hilarious. But you know, we are going to come down to probably some fundamental disagreement based on the fact that my understanding is you do believe in free will, and I do not believe in free will. I believe that our environment dictates a tremendous amount of what we actually, the decisions that we actually make. And I think that, you know, just look at the religion, for example. You know, most if you grow up in a Muslim country, the chances of you being a Buddhist or an atheist are very slim. Not to say it's impossible, but chances are you are going to be not only religious but a Muslim. And we find this all over the world. One of the arguments against religion is the fact that, you know, Christians are likely only Christians because they didn't grow up in Iraq, for example, right? So I do think the environment. So technically, I think a parent does have a tremendous amount of control over what their child will grow up to do or believe. Now, you can't necessarily dictate everything because parents have lots of hopes and dreams for their kids, and their kids do end up becoming an Uber driver or a crackhead or some other thing like that, you know. But I do think that there is a much more control than I think we might be giving credit for if you believe in free will. I don't think we have as much. I don't think there's as much freedom as maybe people who believe in free will might think there is.
Okay. Yeah, that's a very important and very deep issue, free will. So um, that's even deeper than ethics, I think. So I don't even think ethics is real if we don't have free will. So if we are determined and we don't have choice, then I think ethics is an illusion, or it doesn't make any sense. I was going to pull up a quote from Ayn Rand about her definition of morality, because I think she defines it as a code of values that guides one's choices and actions. I think that's, yeah. What is morality or ethics? It is a code of values to guide man's choices and actions. But if you don't make choices, then that kind of pulls the rug out from under the whole field of ethics. And I take choice to be a synonym of free will. So I don't think people actually make genuine choices if they don't have free will. Like whatever they do, they were just determined to do that. Or there are also some people who believe in what's called indeterminism, where they think we're just acting, people just act in random ways that are not within their control. But it doesn't give you any more control over yourself if you're at the mercy of just random um, quantum happenings in the quantum world. That's often how it's thought of, as opposed to just being determined by laws of physics. Um, so I don't think the field of ethics makes any sense. Like there shouldn't be a field, but the idea of what we should or shouldn't do, like should we oppose natalism? Should we have babies? Should we not have babies? All of these questions make zero sense if we don't have free will. We're just going to do whatever we're determined to do, or whatever we have to do, given the freak happenings in the quantum world that indeterministically make us do whatever. We have no control over it. So the whole discussion of anti-natalism versus natalism is just kind of incoherent as I see it if you don't have free will. And free will underlies so many issues. It's not just anti-natalism, it's anything. Like, is it good to be honest or dishonest? Is it good to be selfish or altruistic? Should we be objective or subjective? All of these questions just make no sense if we don't have free will. So that is a huge and deep topic, which we can get into if you want, but I'll pause there and throw it back to you.
Yeah, I think that as I think this happened last time we started talking, we got, because you and I both really focus on definitions and concepts, complete concepts, and so as we're having a conversation to get the best understanding of each other's position, we want to really, hammer down on definitions and flesh out each concept, and we continue to introduce another definition that needs to be fleshed out. So the conversations, it's difficult to stay linear. So I'll couch the free will conversation, I think, of trying to focus on the anti-natalism thing, just so we can have a linear conversation. But I would like to just throw my hat into the ring there and say that I actually believe it's a combination of things. I think we do have conscious choices, but when we start saying free will, when we put free in front of will, it becomes very problematic. But I think, yeah, that's a conversation. Maybe you can come back onto my channel one of these times, and you and I can have a friendly debate or discussion about the whole free will thing, because I do think that's a fascinating topic to have, and we'll do that one of these days. I'd love to get into that with you.
Yeah, sure. I would be up for that. But okay, so for now, you said you'd rather just set that aside and go back to the anti-natalism topic.
Yeah, let's try to stick with one thing and see if we can't hammer something down on the anti-natalism thing, because I think that I do think that there is a selfish reason to have children, but I am also wondering, when we do things, because I do believe in objective morality and I do believe in living a virtuous life, I believe that we should be setting an example for behavior, that we should be able and willing to educate people on what they ought to do, and in doing so, we need to have a epistemic reason of why they ought to do it, right? Something that we can look at objectively and say, this is really the value that I'm giving this ought. And so even though I may decide it's not worth it for me to have children, when I talk to other people about should you or should you not have children, that's not going to be a benefit directly necessarily to me, unless I have something I can focus on, like, oh, well, your child might cure cancer someday and I may get cancer or something of this nature. So I'm trying to look at it in the scope of not just what we would do for our own lives, but what we would encourage other people to do that would both benefit them and us and the child.
Okay. All right. So looks like maybe we're coming back to the egoism versus non-egoism issue. Before we get into that more, so the issue of determinism came out of our discussion of antinatalism. So I don't know that we can entirely set that aside or escape it. Sometimes you can just bracket it an issue, but it kind of came up organically from our discussion. Like you were talking about the amount of influence we can have over our kids, and if I guess if your view of that, of how much influence we can have, and maybe of what sort of influence we can have, whether it's a deterministic influence or a non-deterministic influence, maybe that will ultimately influence your view of whether antinatalism is something that should or shouldn't be supported. Um, so I just wanted to say that maybe we'll come back to the free will issue, but I guess insofar as we can set it aside for the moment. I'll strive to do that. Of course, if I'm determined, then it's going to happen or not, whether I want it to or not. So, but anyway, let me see if I can come back more closely to what you were just saying. So you were saying there there isn't just, or you don't think one should just consider whether or not to have kids from an egoistic perspective. One should also consider the issue from a non-egoistic perspective. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, I think that if we only focus on the egoistic perspective and we decide for as an individual, well, I don't have a justifiable reason based on my own ego, my own selfishness to have children, but I want to influence the world around me as best I can, right? So when I'm telling other people what ought they do, what justification am I coming up with? What standard am I using for having children? That would apply to other people, because if I'm not going to do it, what reasons am I using that would apply across the board? Am I going to encourage everybody then to stop having children? Am I falling into the anti-natalist position simply because of egoism? I don't have a reason to have kids, therefore nobody should have a reason to have kids. Or you know how would we approach that from the egoist perspective? I'm curious.
Okay. So I take the egoist perspective to be that I and everyone should do what is best for themselves. Now, that's what is best for yourself, I think, is going to vary from person to person. Like maybe I decide it's best for myself not to have kids. That's what Ayn Rand decided. Ayn Rand did not have kids, but she wasn't against everybody else or anybody else having kids. She just personally decided that that wasn't best for her. And this applies to all kinds of issues, like your choice of career. Like I choose to be a philosopher or a podcaster, or at least that's what I'm aiming at. But I don't think that's the right choice for everyone. Maybe other people want to be a aeronautical engineer or a Uber driver. Um, so now I think there are some things that are out of bounds. Like I don't think being a serial killer is or a robber is a valid form of living, but there is a certain range of modes of living within which I think all the options are morally legitimate. Like whether you're a CEO or a janitor or a Uber driver, there's all kinds of options, and I think it's also like this in the case of children. I think it's an optional issue. It's not like all egoists should have kids or all egoists should not have kids. Each egoist just should decide for him or herself whether it's in their interest to have kids, whether they think that would make the best life for themselves. And if they decide yes, it would, then those people should have kids. Otherwise, don't have kids.
So if poor people having children puts a burden on the rest of society, and we find that people, the poorest people in the poorest countries, are actually popping out the most kids for whatever reason. Is that something that we should be speaking out against? Because that actually, they are taking so many resources that they cannot contribute to, even though it's in their they think it's in their best interest, and maybe it is. I mean, maybe somewhere in a third world country, where they're hunting wild animals to survive, having 12 children throwing rocks at a wild pig is more beneficial to capturing that animal. So popping out hunters left and right, and breeders left and right is the best thing for them in their position. But it actually puts a major burden on the rest of the world, because they're uneducated, they're impoverished, they're polluting the rivers because they don't know any better, so on and so forth. So how do we approach that kind of situation?
Okay. So now we're getting into issues of politics, and um, maybe that complicates things somewhat. But when you said that poor people having kids puts a burden on the rest of society, my thought was, well, it shouldn't. If we have a proper kind of society, which in my view is one where you can't impose burdens on other people. People like, so you are responsible. responsible for your own life, and if you have to, if you resort to forcing other people, then you're breaking the rules of the society that I would support. So this gets into the issue of coercion, which has come up, I think, briefly in our discussions, and maybe now is a good time to revisit that. Um, so in the society I support and following Ayn Rand, no one is free to initiate force against others. So you can't use the government to steal from other people and redistribute their wealth in order to help you raise your kids. So I shouldn't be on the hook for paying for somebody else's child care or health care or retirement or anything. Now, if I know the person personally, I can voluntarily choose to help them. That's fine. But the government has no business forcibly taking my money and using it to help other people. So there isn't going to be a situation in my society where having kids puts a burden on other people. It's your burden. You made the choice, and you are the one responsible. So now we can talk about, well, what about in today's society where we don't have Ayn Rand's pure laissez-faire capitalist society? In that society, do things look different? Should we now try to put burdens on other people or somehow factor that into our decision making about how to have kids? Um, Maybe we can go down that road if you want, but at least let me just say at the outset that if society is set up in what I think is the proper way, having kids is not going to be a burden on other people. It will only be your own burden, but it will be a burden of your own choosing because you chosen to have kids, and hopefully you won't see it as a burden on net. It'll seem like a benefit, a positive to your life if you choose to have kids for the right reasons, for good reasons. Like you think they will add joy to your life, and you have the means to support them. But let me just pause there.
Well, I'd like to stay out of respect. I'd like to stay within the vein of your idyllic um, perspective, right? And say, okay, let's imagine that we don't live in today's society. Let's imagine we live in Ayn Rand's society. Um, I need to get some clarification as to what that actually would look like and a few different issues. So, because when it comes to the concept of public funding and this capitalism, right, this perfect capitalist society that let me think, how can I say this? Well, there's two things. First of all, there are some burdens that we put on everybody simply by using resources, irregardless of whether those resources are being funded by the public or privately. We're taking resources, and everybody's taking resources, and therefore those resources are not available to somebody else because they're being taken by a different individual. And every individual that's alive is taking some resources: clean water, food, shelter. I mean, there's space, whatever it might be. That's one issue. So there's just only a limited number of resources. So even if I don't have to pay out of my pocket in tax dollars or public funding for all the kids that are in on what would be considered welfare, I'm still missing out on resources because they're going to those other people, right? So other people are popping out kids they can't really educate. So the chances of them being productive, quote unquote, members of society are pretty slim, and yet they're going to be taking resources inherently to keep themselves alive. So there's that issue. Whether we tax people for that or not, there is going to be a burden tax that just happens to be correlated to the fact there are that many more human beings on the planet. And the other issue I would ask is, just for clarification, in this Ayn Rand utopia, are there any public services at all, or is everything private? Because I'm still unsure about how that works.
Okay. Let me just make a note of that. Any public services? Okay, and let me also acknowledge Gene. I see Gene came into the chat. How long ago was that? Oh, just a few minutes ago. And I just see actually there are two chats from him. He says, if objective, all right, maybe I won't read that one. Um, so he says, so many friends not having kids because of their negative worldview, egoist would increase baby having among my peers. Nope, more people equals more wealth, says Gene. And I see on your avatar, Gene, it looks like you have a little baby hanging off of your front there in a baby strap. So I don't know if Gene has a kid or if he wants to say whether he has a kid, but feel free to if you want. Okay. But anyway, thanks for being here, Gene, and thanks everyone for being here. And by the way, if I do have a super chat and a super stickers open, so if you want to contribute to the show, you can just hit this dollar sign here and do a super chat, and maybe you can help shape the show. You can, if you ask some questions or make some comments, that might help shape the discussion here, and we can try to do a win-win trade here. You contribute some value, and then we can give you some more value by steering the conversation somewhat more in the direction of your chat, your super chat. All right, so oh, Gene says yes, absolutely. I have a kid and a big heart. All right, nice. All right, so some comments on uh, what you were just saying. So resources, they are created. They're not a limited, static, unchanging quantity of resources that just exist in the world, and people just grab them for themselves, and eventually all the resources get grabbed up, and there's none left, and then we all just starve and die. Resources are created, and that's part of the work of the mind, the rational mind. So there were no skyscrapers that existed 10,000 years ago. There were no automobiles, motorized vehicles. There was no nanotechnology. There was no Zoom or YouTube, which we're using right now. Refrigerators, cars, air conditioning, all these stuff had to be created. There wasn't just a static pre-existing amount of resources, and then um, people tried to grab their share of it, and any amount you take is coming out of the mouth of somebody else. Resources are created in the more free a country is, by which I mean the more it respects rights, that including property rights, the more resources can be created. So there's you look at countries that are very free or relatively free, like the United States, compared to very authoritarian countries like North Korea, and the freer countries are much richer, and that's not an accident. It's because in the free countries, people are able to use their minds, they're free to use their minds and innovate. You don't have to seek the permission of some bureaucrat or commissar. Make sure that your production is in line with some 5-year plan of the Soviet committee. You have freedom to innovate, and there's the profit motive, so you have an incentive to produce because you can benefit. Your earnings aren't siphoned away from you through taxation and given to the state, like if you have a socialist state or a communist state with the abolition of private property, and the only thing you have is what's doled out to you or rationed out to you from the state. Then you don't have much of an incentive to be productive because you don't get to benefit from your productivity. But if you do have the property rights to what you earn, then if you know that potentially you could become a millionaire, you could become a billionaire, then you do have an incentive to create. So it's true that there is a finite amount of matter in the universe to work with, but for all practical purposes, there's an infinite or an unlimited amount of opportunity for creating new values. I mean, we're going to be on Mars in a few years or a few decades, and that just opens up an entire new world of resources to exploit, an entirely new planets we could use. And we're just in one, tiny corner of the galaxy. So if you unleash the minds and free the mind of shackles from authoritarianism, then there's no problem at all about limited resources. The real limits you're going to face are when the government becomes authoritarian and steps all over people's freedom, and then they can't create things, and then they become poor and starve, as you see in authoritarian countries, to the extent they are authoritarian. All right, I'll pause there.
Yeah, I do agree that we do create resources to a certain extent, well, even a large extent, depending on how you look at it. However, there's a replacement rate that becomes a problem. So, thinking about food, for example, you can't grow crops in the same soil repeatedly. You have to rotate crops, right? So, the replacement rate has to be factored in. How quickly can we actually replace certain resources? Clean water, things of this nature. Wells run dry. So, there definitely, while we do create resources, there's a lot of limits to that. What the planet can, how quickly can the planet itself restore these natural resources, if even at all. The other issue is that the creation inherently causes pollution, and whether it's a large degree or a small degree. And so that creates a whole nother issue when it comes to taking care of the planet. We're just constantly having to create more and more and more. We're producing more, which creates more pollution. I mean, one of the big issues, and I'm a climatologist or whatever you would call it, meteorologist, but my understanding is that one of the biggest problems with global warming is um, livestock, right? The cows farting, for goodness sakes. Now, I don't know how true. It seems pretty wild to me that farting cows is creating so much greenhouse gas, but apparently that's one of the issues that I've heard. So there are negatives to having to replace or produce more resources for more people. It creates a burden. The other issue that I think that we look into, and then there are services. So it's not just resources, but I was asking about services in particular because, so let's use a couple of examples. One of them would be like, okay, so let's say, so we have people that are living in what we call like, it's not, I don't think gang territory is the politically correct way to put it, but in poor districts, right? Economically poor districts. And there's a tremendous amount of crime that happens in these districts. And in fact, that's one of the pushbacks that here in America that people have about creating these poor districts for people, because they end up just creating these crime infested areas where they're going to perpetuate criminal activity, because seems to be a direct correlation to lack of money and an increase in crime, drugs and robberies and murders and rapes and things of this nature. Or grapes, sorry, I try to watch my language on these things. I don't know if you're how that all, anyway, grape, sexual assault, we'll put it that way. So there's crimes that seem to be much higher. Unwed, how do we say, unwed single mothers, the birth rate among single mothers in these neighborhoods is extremely high. So ultimately, by the numbers, we're popping out future criminals, right? And so who's going to pay for all these, to clean all this up? What the jails, for example, is the public going to pay for the jails? If we privatize all the prisons, and then we're really incentivizing private industries to keep their jails full, which does happen actually, and it is a problem. That's a huge problem actually with the incarceration system right now. Is we're motivating people to lock people up and to keep those jails full. Which my view is that we should be educating people. While we do need to separate criminals from society, we should be spending a lot more effort in educating people and rehabilitating people, and we're not doing that effectively. Which is why I think within 10 years, it's over 90% of people will reoffend. 60% within 3 years, I believe, are the last studies I read on this. I mean, the reoffense happens at a staggering rate. So clearly, just locking people away isn't solving the problem. And we're incentivizing these jail owners, these prison owners, to lock people away because it's privatized. That seems to me to be like a real problem. The other thing that we can look at is like how the fire department developed, when it was just a bunch of private firefighting companies right? They were actually going around and starting fires because that's how they were making their money, is to put these fires out. They would have two different fire departments show up to a single fire and they get into a brawl. Stop, they weren't even fighting the fire because they're literally fighting each other. I mean, so that we saw what a disaster that was with privatized firefighting companies, for example. So I'm really skeptical that that having this all privatized is actually any kind of a solution in certain aspects.
Okay. Lots, so much to talk about. Okay. Uh, where should I start? Maybe I'll do it in order. At least I'll start with this one about the replacement rates. So I think the way we become more productive, well, I think we can be more productive. Like even agriculture, you mentioned like the crop, the soil, you can only use it so many times. Um, but I think there's so much room for innovation in how food is created. Like there used to be a time there wasn't even agriculture, right? We started as just hunter-gatherers, right? And it was a innovation, an achievement to even discover agriculture in the first place. And then there were different forms of agriculture. Like eventually they figured out how to rotate their crops, and there was the three field system, I think, and maybe I don't know how many hundreds or thousands of years it took them to figure that out. Um, and now we've got like we've learned so much about science, biochemistry, which they didn't know about thousands of years ago when they had agriculture, but they didn't know about all the chemical elements and nitrogen and how what sorts of elements are conducive to growing crops. Um, Maybe using horse manure or animal dung, that can provide fertilization. There's just so much scientific knowledge that could be used, which didn't exist before, that enables us now to feed, billions of people on the planet. Whereas if we were now limited to the amount of knowledge that they had thousands of years ago when they just started agriculture, there's no way they would be able to sustain populations of this size. But given the current level of knowledge and the development of science, we can sustain a much larger population, and I would expect that to continue. So humans are always able to innovate uh, newer, better, more efficient ways of surviving. And here I have one example connected to water. You mentioned that as a resource that runs out. There's the entire oceans, so which some places have learned to desalinate. I think in Israel, one of the ways they get water, drinkable water, is by desalinating the ocean, or purifying and desalinating the ocean water. And that's something which I think a lot of countries don't use, but that's just a total game-changing technology that radically increases the amounts of water that people can get access to. And who knows, what hundreds or thousands more years of scientific advancements and technology is going to be able to unlock for us. I mean, oil used to be just worthless black glop in the grounds, and now it can be, you can make billions and billions of dollars from it because we figured out how to harness that resource and use it for human beings' needs, and that needs to satisfy their needs. And if oil becomes, it has certain side effects as well as benefits. So it pollutes. If you combust the oil, that produces some amount of pollution. But then humans invent nuclear technology, which is a non-polluting resource and very safe, contrary to widespread belief, at least according to some people that I think have done great work in the area of energy, such as Alex Epstein. That's why I wrote him here. So if you haven't heard of Alex Epstein, I would definitely recommend checking him out on these sorts of issues relating to environments and climates and energy and resources. I think he's one of the best in the world, maybe the best thinker in the world on these sorts of issues. So I'll just refer you to him for a much fuller discussion right now, and we can talk more about it if you want. But let me go on to say at least a little bit about these other issues. Um, Crime and poverty. Oh, you mentioned popping out future criminals. Now, I think that's maybe an unfairly negative view of human nature, because maybe this comes back to the issue of free will. Um, People are individuals, and I think individuals have choice, and you can't just pop out a criminal. Someone chooses to take actions that turn them into criminals. You don't come out of the womb as a criminal. That would be like a form of original sin. Um, if being a criminal is a result of a lifetime of choices, or I mean, depending on the severity of the crime, I mean, it's one thing to be a shoplifter, it's another thing to be a murderer, but you don't become a murderer just overnight. I think it takes a long series of choices by individuals, bad choices, to turn themselves into criminals. And I do think they turn themselves into that. It's an issue of free will. They're not determined to be that way. And they certainly don't pop out of the womb that way. Um, so let me just go on, keep it a little briefer here. Private prisons. I don't think there should be private prisons. I think that should be a function of the government since it has to do with force. I think the proper role of the government is to deal with coercion and force, and you are forcibly constraining someone when you put them in a prison. So I think maybe that's the proper function of the government, in which case there wouldn't be a profit motive um, incentivizing companies to get people into prisons. And then as for, oh, I put drugs here because I think a lot of the people who are in prison shouldn't be there. If we had proper laws, such as laws that allow adults to use drugs, then a lot of the people who are in jail wouldn't be there. So the only proper uh, uh, use of uh, jails is to contain people who are physical threats to other people. But if you're just using drugs, it's a victimless crime, or at least you are the only victim. You're not harming somebody else if you are using drugs. You might be harming yourself, but that should be legal in a proper society. So a lot of the people who are in prison right now shouldn't be in my ideal society. And then lastly, you mentioned firefighting and how sometimes they would start fires in order to be able to be the ones who put them out. I think that would just fall under the fraud. So there would be laws on the books that would enable such things to be prosecuted. So you can't just start fires and deliberately destroy people's property in order to be able to put that out. Like if you knew someone was doing that, you should be able to fire, no pun intended, that person and relieve them or stop them from being a firefighter, maybe put them in jail. And then people who don't do that um, would rise to the top. They would get more market share. The firefighting businesses who prove themselves over time to be the best firefighters and the most honest actors, those are the ones that are going to get the most business fighting fires. And so they're going to rise to the top in a free market, and then the frauds and the cheats are going to be weeded out. Okay, pause there. Come back to you.
I don't think, and I think it's hilarious, just ironic that you said that you want to. We're going to couch free will, talk about it later. But if we do talk about free will, maybe it'll be a sign that there is no free will, kind of as a joke, and that here we are talking about free will. So maybe
it comes back because it's like such a fundamental issue that affects everything. So I don't know that we can entirely escape it.
fair enough. Fair enough. I'm not going to hold your feet to the fire. I think it's kind of funny how that all worked out. But yeah, I do think that what I had mentioned is based on statistics, and maybe we could pull up some studies to just to show what the statistics actually are as far as these crimes, the drug use, and I could even agree with you to a large extent that drug crimes should not be prosecuted in the way that they are. The problem is, in the state of Oregon, um, it was a complete fiasco when they decided to decriminalize drugs, because in the UK, when they had done this, my understanding is that the reason it was so successful is because the government actually distributed the drugs. And so it took the criminal activity of distribution, and what would end up being like drug companies, now drug dealers, fighting with each other for territory, right? It would take away that, remove that need, because if you just decriminalize drugs and let the drug dealers fight it out amongst themselves for customers, which is exactly what happened here in Oregon. But in the UK, they didn't have that problem because the government was distributing the drugs. The other thing that they did is they had set up, so if you go to a, I guess you call it a dispensary, when you walk in the door, if you go to the left, you can go get your drugs. And if you go to the right, you can go see a counselor. And what they found is that everybody walking in the door for the first few times went to the left, but more and more and more, those people would then end up going to the right, because what we find in psychology and the study of drug use, oh, sorry about that, study drug use, is that people by and large are not actually using most illicit drugs to have a good time. It's poison. You know, we don't really, it's counterintuitive to think that poisoning yourself is a good idea for any reason, frankly. The reason that most people are using these drugs is escape. They're trying to get escape from depression, sadness, anxiety, mental health issues, trauma, stuff like that. And so they turn to drugs, and then the drugs themselves become highly addictive. And once you're in, you're in. So it becomes a real problem. So they found that adding counseling to the situation was really the most beneficial way to get people to stop using drugs. Give it to them for free, or at least regulate through the government the distribution of the drugs. And you're also getting clean drugs at that point. You're not getting stuff laced with fentanyl or whatever it might be, you know, battery acid or whatever the hell they're putting that shit, you know. And so you're getting clean drugs. So they're much healthier, which is ironic to say, healthy drugs, but it is much healthier, much safer, clean needles and all that stuff. But you're also providing the actual solution, because giving people drugs isn't really the solution. You're mitigating the problem by cleaning up, you know, all the supplementary issues, like the criminals fighting for territory, the dirty needles, the laced drugs. You're cleaning up a lot of that stuff, but you're not solving the actual problem of why are people using these drugs. Very little of it is for a good time. You know, it's a lot of it is to try and cover up other issues that need counseling. Maybe you need prescription medication, whatever it might be, antidepressants, anxiety medication, stuff like that. Maybe you need help finding a job. You're using drugs because you're impoverished, you're frustrated, you know, you can't get the things that you want, and so you're using drugs as an escape. So that's the whole drug thing. You can't just decriminalize drugs. It's unsuccessful, because what you do is you just open up a whole nother world of issues with theft and violence and dirty drugs by just decriminalizing. You've got to have a better solution than that. But I do agree that drugs in and of themselves should not be necessarily illegal, because we do need to have certain freedoms, right? And making criminals out of people who have depression or anxiety does not seem like a very ethical thing to do, in my opinion. So the jails are overpacked with the wrong people, but how we actually do that needs to be more effective than just decriminalization. As far as the as what else did you mention? The free will thing came up again. Oh yeah, the statistics. I think that if we look at statistics, and I don't have any in front of me, so maybe I'm wrong, but I grew up in a poor neighborhood. I grew up in gang territory, and I was incarcerated myself, so I do have firsthand experience. And these environments do seem, there is a correlation to the criminal behavior and the environment. Significantly more crimes, not just, even if we just take drugs off the table for a second and look at the shootings, and we look at the unwed mothers popping out babies, and we look at the poor people who can't even pay their own bills popping out babies, people who are on food stamps popping out babies, blah, 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 blah. All that is happening in these impoverished neighborhoods. It's not happening in the wealthy neighborhoods. Very little of it. Very, very little of it. You know, self-deletion rates, much, much greater in these impoverished neighborhoods. So there's so much gang activity. It has to be almost 100% more likely in impoverished neighborhoods. A lot of rich kids aren't joining gangs, real gangs. You know, they might have some white kid gangs or something that are just into rap music or hip hop or something, but these aren't real gangs. You know, the real gangs, the actual thugs that are really gang members, These are all in impoverished neighborhoods. So to say that everybody has free will, I mean, I'm pretty sure that 90% of those people would rather not be in that situation. They can't get themselves out because the environment is prohibiting them in multiple ways, I would say.
Okay. All right. Good. A lot of good material here. So, where do I want to start? Um, how about okay, well, on the issue of crime and poverty, so I do think it's right that in general there's a correlation between crime and poverty, but I don't think there's a causal relation there. And I think people there are people, and I think it takes courage and rationality and free will to dig themselves out of a very difficult situation. Some people do make it out of very bad environments, and they end up living good lives. And I think these people deserve credit for doing that, for not just succumbing to their environment. And this happens also in the context of religion. You mentioned earlier about the point that if you're raised in a religious, like a Christian uh, environment or a country, you're very likely to end up as a Christian. If you're raised in a Buddhist or a Hindu or a Muslim, you're very likely to end up having that religion. But there again, I would say there is a very large correlation, but it's not causation. So I think there are heroic individuals in all of these cultures, and we see this happen sometimes. Someone like Ayaan Hirsi Ali, I don't know if you're familiar with her. I'm not very familiar, but I just know a few basics about her story. I think she grew up in a Somali Muslim household or a country, and I think maybe she was subject to female genital mutilation, even. I'm not sure. But, anyways, she made it out of that environment. And I think, at least for a while, she became an atheist, although more recently, I think she's adopted Christianity as her framework. But, anyways, I think someone like that is proof that just because you grow up in a certain environment, that's not your destiny. It doesn't mean you are determined to end up like all the people around you. You can rise above that if it's something bad and make a better life for yourself. And I think having access to other I'm thinking of Ayn Rand now because she grew up in Soviet Russia. I guess before it was Soviet, it was the Tsarist regime of Alexander II, I think, and then they were overthrown in the Communist Revolution in 1917. But when she was a child, she had access to the West via cinema. So she would love to go to the movies and catch a glimpse of the New York skyline. And today, we have the internet. We have so even if you are in somewhere like Somalia, you can see there's a much different sort of life out there that you can emulate. You can read books. You can go on the internet and learn about other types of lives, other types of countries, and that can help you see that just because you happen to be in a very horrible place yourself, that's not the only thing that is possible to human beings. There are other sorts of lives available, and that can help you. Even if you don't have that, I think it would be harder if you didn't have like other people or other countries to serve as role models for better ways of living. I think you could still break free, but it would be more difficult. But in any case, the point is that just because you grow up in a crime-ridden place, that doesn't mean that you are destined to come out a criminal, and you can't choose to act in a better way. So that's some on that point. Maybe I'll just say a little bit on the more nitty-gritty stuff about drugs and drug dealing. So there won't be drug dealers fighting it out for turf in my ideal society, because doing that would involve initiating force against each other. So you can't do that. You can't shoot other people. You can't punch other people unless it's like in self-defense and you have to do this. But there would just be a free market of drug dealers, I guess. And I think maybe over time there would be less drug use overall as society got better. I agree with you that drugs is not like the root problem. I think it's a symptom of deeper problems that people have, and then they turn to drugs because there's something wrong with their lives, and they see drugs as a kind of escape. But I think the sorts of problems that lead to drug use or drug addiction would be less likely to exist over time. I think they would be eradicated or at least reduced if we had a free, laissez-faire capitalist society. But when you don't have a free society and you are and like authoritarian societies, I think people they become so poor because the government policies make them that way that they look for some kind of escape, like whether it's drugs or alcohol. But if you have a free society and prosperity is possible to you, you can make a great life for yourself, then there's no need to look for an escape from it. Religion, I think, also factors in here. Like if you have a religion that is teaching all kinds of horrible ideas, like you should sacrifice yourself or emulate Abraham, who's willing to sacrifice his son, or be like Jesus, who is willing to sacrifice himself for others, and not just any others, but for sinners. I think these sorts of ideas really poison the mind. Also, the idea of faith as opposed to reason. These ideas poison the minds, and I think they can contribute to people looking for some kind of escape from this evil, materialistic world and yearn for some life beyond the grave in heaven because this world is so horrible. So I think if the world's philosophy radically changes to something like objectivism and to a free society, then people will not be turning to drugs nearly as much. And okay, yeah, I'll stop there.
Yeah, there is a lot to unpack, and we really are loading this conversation up. So it's getting difficult for me to really focus on every point that I want to respond to. So let me see if I can. So to the okay, so the correlation causation, that there is a fallacy. Correlation does not necessarily mean causation. I do recognize that. However, that does not, it's not a universal thing. Just because there's correlation, we can't say there's causation. We need to have independent arguments that support our statements. And I would say that another fallacy is I can't remember specifically. I believe it's the parts in the whole. I'd have to look it up. I believe it's considered parts of the whole. Might be a type of a.
There's composition and division.
Yeah, it might be a compositional fallacy, but basically you can't look at a few broken pieces and then say the whole thing is broken because of a few broken pieces, right? You have to actually look at the whole picture. So those work against each other, right? And we say that 90 last study I looked at, there's close to 8.5 billion people on the planet. 93% of those people are religious, right? So the environment of, if you're born in a religious home in a religious country, the statistics lean so heavily that you're going to become religious. Now, you may not necessarily be the same religion, but the chances of you being an atheist, in particular hard atheist, are very slim, very slim. And it does happen and it can happen, but that doesn't mean that it's even remotely likely to happen. Just because it's something does happen sometimes. People do get out of difficult situations. I did it myself. I overcame a terrible situation, and that Courage Without Fear video that I put out that I'm so proud of, I actually discussed that. So I think that's really relative here. But just because I was able to do it, man, people do it, but it takes a shit ton of work. I mean, a lot of hard work, a lot of focus, and you need support. You need people around you that are, because you can't do it by yourself. But people can do it. People can be successful. But the problem is that even though you might bring yourself out of poverty and into sobriety, a lot of that is temporary because you don't know how to handle money. You don't know how to handle success. You don't have the character or the wisdom to really maintain a good life, and a lot of people who are successful temporarily end up going right back. Like a lot of professional athletes, entertainers, so on and so forth, which this is the two primary ways that people do get out of those situations is probably through athletics or entertainment of some kind. I see athletics as being a part of entertainment, right? And so many of them end up right back where they were in poverty and in drug abuse and stuff like that. So I still think that the environment plays a much more significant role. That free will, the concept of free will, to me seems untenable. Now that doesn't mean, again, I think there's a middle ground there. I do think we have conscious decision making. I do think we have a limited capacity to make certain choices. I don't think everything is deterministic myself, or indeterminate. I don't think it's all random either. I think we actually do have a certain amount of decision making ability, but I don't think it's free by any stretch of the imagination. And I think the numbers would dictate the environment does play a significant role, even though I admit that you can't just say, well, correlation, therefore causation. I think there are good arguments to support that, that there's more to it than just making that blanket statement. And we can look at, like I said, the building of the character, the wisdom, the knowledge, all the other things that factor into what the environment is producing. The other issue that you will have, and I'm probably going to just throw a whole nother pile onto this conversation that's unnecessary, but regarding the technology that you mentioned earlier, and we're talking about drug use and stuff like that, one of the other symptoms or problems that the drug use is a symptom of is boredom. That's a huge factor. I mentioned depression and anxiety and stuff like that, but boredom is another reason. Boredom is a lot of times why the rich kids end up getting into drugs and alcohol. And with the advent of technology, the value that we can give to people's time, if we don't figure that out, there's going to be some growing pains with that as technology, because technology grows so much faster than social evolution does. And with the advent of AI in particular, technology grows at an exponential rate. And so, you look at a massive company like an Amazon, for example, there are hundreds of thousands, if not millions of jobs that are being used by robots that people could have been doing, right? And a lot of those jobs that people are doing right now are restricted to loading the trucks and delivering the packages, and all that can be automated. And it probably will be within the next 10 years. All of it. They won't need delivery drivers, and they won't need people loading the trucks. So that's just a whole nother segment of jobs in a massive corporation, thousands and thousands of jobs that are going to be off the table. So how are we going to value people's time? People are going to have a lot more time on their hands, and which leads to the boredom issue, the anxiety issue. So I don't see drugs as being mitigated. As you mentioned, something about drug use will go down, or maybe you just thought in the idealistic society, but in this idyllic society, this utopia, we're assuming that technology is still growing at an exponential rate, I assume. And if that's the case, then boredom is going to be an even bigger problem with people. How are we going to value their time if this capitalistic society? Very curious about that. And what else did you mention here? Yeah, let me just stop there because I don't want to just keep piling on.
Okay. Thanks for those comments. I do want to acknowledge a new person in the chat showed up. ZMT42 says, hello, just popping in to say I like the note-taking approach you are using to focus on topic. Okay. Thanks for that. I appreciate the feedback. And welcome to the channel. I think this might be your first time here. Let me actually take a quick look at your channel. Okay. It's not giving me as much info. Oh, I guess I have to. Okay, I see. The way I access the channels on my laptop is a little different than the phone. And let's see, was there also a chat from Gene that I didn't read yet? Oh, yeah, he mentions the book, The Ultimate Resource by Julian Simon. We were talking about resources before and whether they're limited. And there's an author by the name of Julian Simon who wrote a book called The Ultimate Resource. And what that resource is the human mind. So the idea is that As long as the mind is free to function, we're free to innovate, then there's, for all practical purposes, an unlimited amount of resources we can develop. I haven't read the book, but from what I've heard about it, I think that's one of the maybe the theme of the book. And Gene also says firefighters starting fires, you just arrest them. Yeah, that's what you would do. I mean, there can be corruption in various, like police can be corrupt, but then yeah, you arrest them. There's no like you can, and this also comes back to free will. So many things come back to free will. Like even if you have the ideal society set up, people can still use their free will in a bad way and make bad choices. And like firefighters can choose to start fires, and police officers can arrest people that they know are innocent. So there can be corruption, but I think the amount of corruption is there's going to be less of it if you set society up in the right kind of way. And then Gene also says, until a genius figured out how to use it, your land was worth less if it had oil because crops wouldn't grow. Okay, so now that we know how to use oil, maybe you'll be happy that you have oil, even if you can't grow crops, because maybe you can make a fortune on the oil. Um, okay, thanks for those comments. And let me come back to my notes, which I'm glad that ZMT42 appreciates. Um, actually, it gave her name when I went to her channel. Did it have her first name? Oh, Xenia Morgan is what shows up on the channel. So I guess I can call you Xenia. Or you can let me know if I should refer to you in some other way. Anyways, yeah, I'm glad you like the notes. It helps me focus the discussion and keep track of things because so many things come up in a short amount of time, and I can't hold it all in my head. So I've got to take some notes, and I hope it's also to the helpful to the people watching, so it helps them also keep track of things. And whoever I'm speaking with, if they can also look at these notes and use that as a reference. Okay, so you made some points about how boredom leads to drugs and how with technology growth and AI and more robots doing things, that's going to get rid of jobs, and then people are going to have more time on their hands, and they're going to become bored, and that's going to lead to drug use. So I think what happens is the jobs don't disappear, they just change in their nature. So it used to be that like 99% of humanity were farmers. Basically, everyone was consumed by the task of just creating food. But now it's like the reverse. Like 99% of people are not farmers. I don't know what the percentage is, but it's basically a vast majority of people are doing something else because we have advanced to the point where now we can use a tractor to do like the work of 1,000 people who are swinging a scythe or doing backbreaking labor in the fields, planting crops and harvesting them. With the growth of technology, we can now use we become more efficient. So now one guy can drive this tractor and do the work that it used to take hundreds or thousands of people to do. And now all those people are freed up to do other kinds of work. Maybe, for instance, work in the manufacturing plant that creates the tractor. And maybe now there's an assembly line, there's a factory, and those people who used to be farmers are now assembling tractors. And maybe that gets mechanized and automated. Maybe now you've got robots who can assemble the tractor. Okay, well, now there's going to be some new line of work. Maybe the job of doing maintenance on the robots to build the tractors. So I think there's an unlimited amount of jobs in work that could be done. There's always ways that you could be making life better. I mean, there's space or exploration, just to give one example. It's a huge, vast frontier, which we're just scraping the surface of. We've been to the moon, but we haven't yet been to another planet. There's a whole industry there. people could pour their time and effort and thoughts and labor into to make life better. Maybe eventually we'll be able to take vacations to Mars and maybe harvest a bunch of resources from Mars and bring them back to the Earth, or maybe start building colonies on Mars and maybe people will just live there. So there's really no end to what human beings can do to make their lives better. So I don't think there's any danger of people becoming bored. Actually, I think the jobs just become more interesting. So instead of having to just do manual physical labor, where you're running after buffalo to shoot them, or you're planting seeds and harvesting crops, that's very physically intensive labor. But I think much more interesting would be jobs that engage people's minds, and I think there will be more of that sort of job in the future, and more people will be able to do those sorts of jobs. Fewer will have to do just manual labor, which can be relatively boring. So I think you could actually make an argument that with the advance of technology, there will be less boredom and much more interesting ways to live. And so therefore, maybe less of a need to escape into some alternative reality that destroys yourself, like if you get hooked on drugs. So there are some thoughts on all of that, and I'll pause there.
Yeah, I'm very much enjoying the conversation. Just like I did last time we spoke, and when you come onto my channel, it's always great to speak with you. I do have to start winding this down because I told my wife I was only going to be on for a few minutes because I'm actually going to do a live stream tomorrow on my own channel, and I promised her I'd help around the house with a project we're working on. So I do want to be a good husband and follow through with that. So I'm trying to figure out how we can close this up relatively quickly without just leaving everything on the table. I think because these notes are so helpful, and I also appreciate it. We did that last time we spoke, and maybe what I should have done coming into this is said, hey, let's pull up the notes from last conversation and finish that conversation before we start this whole thing. Because if we just keep starting a new topic each time, we're going to end up with pages and pages of unfinished conversation. So maybe we should put a pin in this at some point here. I just a couple things to push back on. For one thing, you had mentioned, I can't remember now where it was in the conversation, that in your idealistic world that you're promoting, there wouldn't be X, Y, and Z behavior because everybody would be, not infringing on other people's rights, which doesn't seem to be compatible with your argument for free will. So the rejection,
Well, not impossible. Just I think some things would be less likely. Like for instance, the firefighters who are starting fires deliberately to destroy property. I think people do have free will, and you might still get some evil people who choose to do that. But I think the incentive structure is going to discourage that sort of behavior better, and there's going to be a profit incentive that encourages people to behave in good rights respecting sorts of ways. Not impossible, but just the incentive structure makes it more or less likely that certain behaviors will occur.
Okay. Yeah, I think that could be a whole conversation of itself, is how we really could justify that statement. I see that as being problematic. I think the incentive would be towards more selfishness than it would be towards not engaging in selfish behavior that would be in infringement to the degree. And I know selfishness is a tricky term because I'm using selfishness in a negative connotation, whereas in Ayn Rand's philosophy, selfishness is a positive idea. Or at least that's my understanding. And I'm very ignorant about Ayn Rand, so I hope I'm not. You feel free to correct me at any time. But my understanding is that selfishness is a positive thing because you want to be self-centered in everything you do. So I don't know. I think that would be an interesting conversation to have. A little bit of pushback, and maybe one example would be, the person mentioned that oil, the land the oil was on was at one time considered worthless because they couldn't grow crops. And then we found out, how to use the oil for energy. And so now that individual person has all this value in their land. But the counter to that would be that, yeah, instead of growing food and having enough land to grow food for multiple people, we are now taking food for multiple people off the table, and we are increasing pollution, which is a negative for everybody. So we've got two negatives there but the individual who owns the land is getting rich. So that to me seems to be problematic uh, on the whole. The other thing that seems to be problematic is that, as I mentioned, the rate of technology increases is exponential, right? It doubles basically every year, right? And as opposed to social evolution and biological evolution, which takes hundreds, if not tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years. It's very slow. I mean, we only got rid of slavery a couple hundred years ago, right? And then we've been on the planet as modern, anatomically correct Homo sapiens for 200 to 300,000 years, and we just got rid of slavery. I mean, it's so slow the progress that we make. So technology is far outpacing um, our ethics and our social evolution and things of that nature, and will continue to do so to the degree that there is such a thing known as the technological singularity that's being pretty well studied at this point. I don't know if you've looked into that. And so the other thing you mentioned is, well, we just give new jobs to the people. Unfortunately, it takes a huge investment of time, which is the one thing I would say that's the most valuable commodity, not the brain, but it's actually time is the most valuable commodity because it can't be replaced. And so it takes an investment of time. You take the farmer who's, let's say, 45, 50 years old. He's been whacking down wheat his whole life, basically, with the scythe, as you mentioned. And now we're going to put him in a factory to build tractors. Well, we got to train him how to build the tractors. And then we got to say, well, wait a minute. I've got this 16, 17-year-old kid that I can train from the ground up, who doesn't have a shitty attitude. He doesn't have kids of his own, a family of his own that he's going to be calling in sick because his kids are sick and he's going through a divorce. He's got so much future potential that I can invest into this kid. Why would I hire this 45, 50-year-old ex-farmer to start building tractors when I could just hire the kid to do it? So it takes that. I'm not sure that that's necessarily it's easy to say, but are we actually just going to start giving all these older people new jobs and assume that that's just going to work? I don't see that as being very practical. And maybe I'm being too pessimistic about it. I'm trying to be skeptical and have a healthy skepticism. And I realize I'm sounding very pessimistic, and that's probably to my own fault or detriment. But I think we should, if you want to take notes on any of that, or you have any comments you want to push back as a final word, maybe I could just plug my show tomorrow before I leave. And how do you
Yeah,
want to do
sure.
it?
Yeah, go ahead and plug your show. And I'll say a few things, at least briefly, on these last points. I don't know if you want to stick around for that, but I'll at least say a little bit. And but you can give your plug, your closing statement right now.
Okay. Well, as always, I really appreciate speaking with you. I really enjoy these types of conversations where two people can have different perspectives and be very polite and respectful to each other. And I encourage this on my own channel. This is the type of thing I do. I put out a video recently that I'm very proud of. I'd like people to look into it if they have time, called Courage Without Fear. It's less than 30 minutes. And so stick with it. The beginning's a little dry as I try to introduce the concept, but it does get really good. There's a lot of meat there. And I'd love it if you guys would share that video with people who are suffering from some type of trauma or something, because I do believe that appreciating the things that come from overcoming our suffering is really valuable and really important. And it can't be attained any other way, such as courage, the virtue of courage. You have to be able to face fear, and you have to be able to face recklessness to be able to attain courage, right? So I do an open panel every Sunday. That's tomorrow afternoon is Sunday. So if anybody wants to join that, Dan has stopped by a few times, and I always appreciate his feedback. I'll be hosting a show with a Christian who rejects Paul and a lot of the New Testament. So it's a very interesting perspective. He rejects the Trinity. So I always try to get different perspectives on there. I have a lot of atheist agnostic content, but I'm starting to platform more theists to get the other side of the argument. So the platform is open to anybody, any political ideas, religious, philosophy, whatever. And I'd like to thank Dan for his time today and encourage everyone to like this video, subscribe to his channel, send some super chats, support his efforts, because he is giving us a value in doing this show and giving us a chance to speak. Thank you very much for having me, brother.
You're welcome, and thank you for coming on and helping provide my channel with lots of contents. So best wishes to you, and hope your discussion goes well tomorrow. And I look forward to being able to speak with you on a week from tomorrow when I'm on your channel. So, okay, so he's gone now. So let me say a few things in reply to the last set of comments he made, and then I'll come back to the chat. Okay, so oil on lands and food and pollution. So, one issue which I touched on briefly before is over time, as we advance technology, we become better able to eliminate something like pollution, for instance, through nuclear technology. So that's an innovation of the mind. But even if you haven't got to that stage yet, it's sometimes it's worth putting up with some pollution, like in the Industrial Revolution. Imagine if there were no pollution, I don't think there could have been an Industrial Revolution. Yet our lives were allowed to get enabled to be massively better because of all the factories and the production they did, which put out some smoke, but I think on net that was, I mean, that made our advanced industrial modern type of life possible. So you need to look at the pros as well as the cons, and I think it's pretty clear that the pros outweigh the cons. Now, maybe you've heard or read a lot about these doomsayer prophets of these prophets of doom who have been predicting doomsday scenarios for the Earth, and it used to be global cooling was the big threat, and now it's global warming, and then now it's just climate change, which I think might tell you something about, how valid this science really is if it's just going through these kind of swings. And if you look into someone's like Alex Epstein, who I mentioned earlier, if you look into his work, I think he debunks a lot of the conventional narrative about the climate and what is the severity of climate change, which I think is real. I don't know anyone who denies climate change is real. I think what's controversial is the severity of it. So, is there a catastrophic climate change? The Earth has been changing its climate for billions of years, right? Um, but is it changing right now in a way that's catastrophic for human beings, such that if we don't radically decrease our use of fossil fuels, it's going to spell catastrophe? And Alex argues, no, we're not in that sort of scenario, at least if we are free to use fossil fuels to deal with the climate. And he often cites the statistic about how there have been a 98% reduction in climate-related deaths, like deaths due to droughts, climate-related catastrophes, since over the last century, I think, during which time there's been an increase in the use of fossil fuels. So he argues that fossil fuels don't take a safe environment and make it dangerous. Rather, they take a naturally dangerous environment where you're, subject to floods and droughts and all kinds of heat and cold. And they take a dangerous environment and make it safe. So, like for instance, we have, electricity that powers air conditioners to help us deal with heat. And electricity is powered by, at least in some cases, fossil fuels like coal, I think. So fossil fuels enable our modern, clean way of life. So you compare, like, how clean is it to live in a society like a modern United States versus maybe living, off the earth in I don't know what would be a good example, some third world place. Well, I think they are more polluted. Like you go to a place like Philippines or Mexico, which I've been to, and they are more polluted, and less clean. And if you have more technology, you can more easily clean the environment up, and you can discover forms of energy like nuclear that enable you to get actually much more energy um, per unit of whatever your source is. I don't know how it's measured, but the energy density of nuclear is much higher than the energy density in fossil fuels. So it's both more powerful and cleaner at the same time, and safer. As for the safety points, I'll refer you to Alex's work, and there might be other good sources as well. But definitely recommend checking Alex Epstein out on these kinds of issues. Okay, what else was there? Um, so that was something on this exponential growth of technology versus the slower growth on ethical issues. Like slavery was only eradicated 200 or roughly years ago. Well, not even, I guess, in the US at least, 1865 or 1863 was the Emancipation Proclamation. Um, so, um, is our so I guess the idea is ethical or maybe other kinds of evolution, like our biological evolution as a species doesn't keep up or is not the same rate as technological evolution. Um, I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember how that ties into the rest of the discussion. I'm not sure. But I will say, I think we can. I mean, there is medical technology to be had, and the more freedom, the more we can innovate medically. So lifespan extensions, I think some people are working on that, extending our lifespans, curing cancer, editing genes, genetically modified foods. There are interesting things going on in the realm of biological science. And I guess you could also say that's part of the growth of technology. I'm not sure if there's overlap there. Um, I haven't heard this term technological singularity, so I can't comment on that. So maybe I should just go on to this next point because I'm not really clear on how this, I don't recall how that fit into the wider conversation, but maybe if he comes back, we can talk about it more sometime. And by the way, I do have notes on the prior conversations. They're just lower down here. So if I did a search, we could, you said like maybe we should finish up one conversation before opening up all kinds of other topics. And we can do that. But we can also raise new topics. I'm open to doing that, but as you prefer. At least somewhat as you prefer. I mean, I'm open to suggestion as to I want to talk about things people are interested in. So if you would rather continue more on a previous topic that we discussed, I'm open to doing that. Just let me know what you're interested in. Sometimes I might take a poll of the audience and take into consideration what they're most interested in. So I'm somewhat flexible here. Uh, New jobs. I said something about lifespan, like our lifespan has increased. Actually, I think that's one thing that having more technology helps us with. So if you're just doing backbreaking labor on the field, your lifespan might be a lot shorter than if you're doing a much less labor intensive job. Um, Now it's still good to exercise because if you're not, let's say you're just doing a desk job, well, there is a risk to that. Maybe you're not going to break your back, but on the other hand, you're not getting exercise as much as you would be if you were doing manual labor. So, but you can take control of that. Here, you can use your free will again. Free will is coming back up. You can make a choice to exercise and keep your body healthy, even if it's the kind of job you're doing doesn't it isn't very physically intensive. You can do your physical intensity in the gym. Okay, as for training people, like if someone is 50 years old and then he's learned one job, and then are we going to have to train him to do some other job? Would it be more better to just train his kid? Uh, it, it's hard to foresee exactly how all this would work out, but I'm sure there's many other jobs than just being a farmer. So even if you're trained as or you're a farmer for 30 years and then your job is lost because of technology, well, there's probably 1,000 other things you could do. One of them might be to work in the assembly line on the factory that produces tractors. And I don't think that would be a very difficult job to do. Just stand on an assembly line, and I don't think it necessarily takes a ton of training. Um, so I don't see why there would be a difficult transition to that sort of job. And if you don't like that job, there's probably a thousand other jobs. You could go work at McDonald's. You could be an Uber driver. You could stand on a street corner and sell flowers. You could go be somebody's personal assistant. You could be a nanny. You could be a bookkeeper. There's just so many opportunities that I think many of the opportunities wouldn't even require that much training. Um, so I don't see any problem. And you can also retire, right? Maybe become so wealthy. Like maybe it used to be that everyone had to work their entire lives and there wasn't such a thing as retirement. Maybe it's a luxury of the modern world because we're so advanced that people can afford to retire and spend their last few decades um, just recreationally or pursuing some hobbies. And also, I think it's thanks to the advances in technology that we don't have to put our kids to work at a young age. It used to be that people, I think they would use their kids to work in the fields, but now we can send our kids to school. They don't have to work at all. There doesn't have to be child labor. And that's thanks to the advances of technology in significant part. And then those kids can become more educated than they otherwise would, and become able to do more jobs that are require them to use their minds and aren't as manually intensive, but are more mentally intensive and challenging, maybe more interesting, and so less boring, and so therefore more fulfilling. So I think it all points to more technology is good, and um, maybe people listening to this have some more counter arguments they want to make, and they can come on here and make them in a future discussion, perhaps. Maybe not now. I think I might want to end soon, unless I see some more chats here I want to engage with. Um, I just see one new person came in. Amazing 8229 said, in order to try and debunk commies, have you read Marx's Capital? I have read a little bit of Marx's Capital, Das Kapital. It's a long book, and I think I read a few chapters of the first volume of it, but by no means did I get to the end of it. I have read the Communist Manifesto a couple times, I think. Um, so I have looked into Marx a little. I'll mention someone who works at the Ayn Rand Institute, Nikos Sotirakopoulos. He used to be a communist himself, and he's made videos about this. And he said he's read the Communist Manifesto 3 times. And sorry, not the Communist Manifesto. I meant to say Das Kapital, a much longer work. He's read that 3 times. So if you want to look up someone who knows much more about Marx than I do, you can look up Nikos. Maybe I'll put his name in the chat here. And he has a YouTube channel of his own also. Maybe I should just link to his YouTube channel. I think I'll do that. Here it is. His latest video, the thumbnail says, "In the mind of a former communist." Here it is. There's Nikos. And that's the thumbnail I just read. in the mind of a former communist. So I'll put a link. You can see his address up there, but I'll also drop a link to that in the chat. Okay. Looks like I got some more votes on the poll. I forgot to, I haven't checked that in a while. Let me take a look at the results. 9 votes on it. Most people voted for they don't have a preference. So the question I asked in the poll was, should I edit videos for publication during live stream? And it looks like 5 votes for I have no preference. 3 votes for yes, I should do that, and 1 for no, do something else. All right, I'm going to end that poll now. Thanks for voting. I want to share that on the screen to make sure it gets preserved. Okay, so there are the poll results. And now they show up here. Got some more likes. It's up to 11 now. Thank you. Appreciate it. Remember, the super chats are open and super stickers. I think I'm going to end the stream soon, unless I see some chats come in or callers. So chime in now if you want the stream to continue at least a little longer. Otherwise, I'm going to end it and plan to stream. I guess I'll do it in 5 days again. That's my normal schedule. I stream every 5 days. So that means my next stream would be on Thursday, January 22nd. And probably start around the same time, 1 or 2 p.m. Pacific. Thanks to anyone who subscribes. I look forward to hitting 1,000. I was thinking about putting a post on Facebook about getting close to 1,000 subscribers. I think there's a good chance that if I do that, I will get 1,000 subscribers very quickly. Because the last time I posted on Facebook about how many subscribers I had, and that my goal was to increase subscribers, I got a lot of subscribers. So if I do that again, there might be some more people on Facebook who will subscribe. So maybe I will do that. Maybe by my next stream, I will be over 1,000. I think there's a good chance of that if I do a Facebook post. I'll think about that some more. And maybe in the next stream, I'll do some more editing as a backup time filler. So if there's any time that people aren't chatting or calling in, then I'll go back to this video. So what I did today, if you were here for it, I don't know, a couple hours or so ago, I started editing a video, and I was just finding the timestamps, like what part of where to do the clip. I wanted to clip out part of a live stream to publish as its own video. So maybe I'll work more on that project in my next live stream. If there's any downtime, I'm happy to engage with people who are here live and not do any of that editing if there are people here who are engaging. But if there's not, then I've got that backup thing I can work on, and maybe that'll work out well going forward. as a like a backup thing to do. Okay, well, I'm going to end this stream. It's 7:30-ish almost. So when did I start? I started at 2. So this is turning out to be a 5.5 hour stream. And I want to thank everyone who came by or who just listened. Thanks to people who participated in the chat. Thanks to Objective Ethics for calling in. And I appreciate all the likes, shares, subscribes, super chats, super stickers. All right, so have a good rest of your weekend and hope to see you again in my next stream. I got to get to the screen where I close this out in a well-timed way. Here we go. All right, bye everyone. Have a good night.